Good morning, welcome to the Sara Oval for this Super 6 match between Sri Lanka and South Africa. What a cracker this is today. It's effectively a semi-final, or at least we think it is. We'll have a look at the Super 6 points table here. Of course, India beating South Africa. That match between the two group winners that we saw here on Wednesday. Sri Lanka beating Pakistan. So as you can see there, Sri Lanka, South Africa, neck and neck. The winner of this probably will go through and play India in the final next Tuesday. So India, with their 100% record, already guaranteed a place in the World Cup finals in England in the upcoming summer. So the toss would have been very important here this morning. It's another hot day, and to see how it went, let's go down and see Anjum.
Business end of the competition, an important Super 6 encounter. The two ladies who matter are here with me. Inoka Ranavira from Sri Lanka, Danae Fanikirk from South Africa, Jacqueline, the match referee, and Jacqueline, who's going to be tossing? Sri Lanka is going to toss, and Danae will ask for it. Heads is the call. Tails it is. Inoka, what would you like to do?
Bat first.
Any specific reasons for that?
What meaning?
You want to put runs on the board and put South Africa under pressure?
We hope to set a good target and push them under pressure.
Good win the other day against Pakistan. What would you like to do to get the same result?
Yeah, same result.
Okay. All the best. Go well. Danae, an important toss. Would you have liked to go out there and bat as well?
Yeah, we probably would have batted as well. It looks like a really flat track, and we just probably wanted to use it, early in the morning.
Can we see Danae up the order in batting while chasing the total?
Yeah, I've got a few question marks there. Look, Chloe's just as a batter, so we felt like pushing her up the order for this tournament. She's been struggling with her ankle injury, so to get her some time and confidence for, hopefully if we qualify for the World Cup, going into the World Cup, if we have her coming down at number 7, and she's been scoring amazingly. So that's the big reason behind that.
Spoke like a true skipper there. Just educate us. You're a good unit, South African team. What went wrong the other day against India?
Yeah, I guess we took our foot off the gas. We had them in a really tough spot. What were they? 40 for 1 after 20. I think against India you'll take that any day, and you would think you'll restrict them to at least at the most 160. I think we just went into a comfort zone. We thought things were going to happen, and it bit us at the end there. And then just batting wise, obviously that's been the department we've been struggling a bit. It's just that we could up the order, but we know what Lazali and Wolford can do, so we're excited for them to show what they can do.
Any team changes from the last game you played against India?
Yes, Sunay Luce is in for Yulani Furi, and Marshall Letawala is out, and Merzeline Daniels is in.
Go well, Danae, and have a good game.
Thank you, Anjum.
So the news from the centre, Sri Lanka has won the toss and they've elected to bat first.
So let's have a look at the two lineups here. Ebony, Rainford-Brent alongside me in the commentary box. Much as you would expect those two teams, I think, Ebony.
Yeah, really they are. I think the two standouts for me, we've just seen Luxuria. She scored a brilliant 65 for Sri Lanka in that chase against Pakistan recently. And also their spinner, I was talking to you a little bit earlier, that the lead wicket takers in this series have all been spinners taking the ball away from the right-handers. So the captain, Ranawira, is also up there with those bowlers who's been doing that. Exactly what we expect, really, for South Africa. They've got that strong batting order that goes all the way through. They have taken out Yulani, who was the off spinner, and brought back in Sunay Luce, which I think is a good move. But two very strong teams taking against each other. South Africa, on paper, they beat Sri Lanka 9 times out of the 15 that they've played. But it is still a tight contest, and last time they played out in Colombo, it was 2-1 to South Africa. So I think we're expecting a very tight game.
Yes, and I think the points table, the Super 6 table, will show that there with South Africa. They carried their 4 points through from the group stage. Sri Lanka just brought 2 points through and then beat Pakistan on Wednesday, and India are there at the top. So although it's not absolutely a semi-final today, with South Africa's final match against Ireland, Sri Lanka's final match against Bangladesh, you would say really that whoever wins this is likely to be in the final with India. India today with playing Bangladesh, and the other match Pakistan against Ireland. Those two games taking place in various other parts of Colombo, and we'll try and keep you up to date with those scores during the day. Over to you, Emily. Ebony.
No worries. Dear. Well, we're back to one of the pitches we've seen used earlier in that group stage. It's very, very bare, this wicket. So whereas before we saw a lot more grass covering, it's starting to disappear. We have seen as well, this wicket was lower, and actually the bounce was lower, didn't carry very well to the keeper, and you can just see how bare it is, and that's why I think it's a good move to bat first today. Both teams, they comfortably have chased well and won in games, but I think batting first on this wicket is definitely the right move today.
Yeah, we've said that right from the start of the tournament, didn't we? That generally win the toss, bat first, get the runs on the board, and we saw there at the toss the South Africans, had they won the toss, they would have a little batter as well. Looking at the pitch out there from the distance, from our commentary box, there is just a little bit of a green tinge, isn't there? Which I think Roshan often says in that first half an hour or so, you get a little bit of the moisture perhaps still in the surface, and maybe just a bit there early doors for the South African seamers, the very good South African seamers. Marizan Cap, very impressive bowler, and of course Ishmael as well. A little bit quicker than Cap. They're certainly going to pose the problems in that opening spells.
Yeah, just between the two of them, it's a tough call, isn't it? I mean, definitely I think Ishmael is quicker than Cap, but she does bowl that fraction shorter than Cap, and I think that's what makes her at times maybe not seem as threatening, where we see Cap is somebody who bowls it a little bit fuller, gets that shape, and just gets the ball moving. But there we go, the umpires are about to come out here and get things going.
Nice balance to the South African attack, and I'm glad to see Sunulu's back in today, because I thought they missed her the other day against India. They were having their little huddle. Now, call me an old traditionalist, Ebony, but I like to see umpires fielding side batters. These days we get umpires batters, and the fielding side are all having a little cuddle off the boundary.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I as a batter actually used to quite like putting teams off by getting out there, because I think it kind of shows you're up for it. It kind of and there we can see just Claire Polisak, one of our umpires today. She popped up to say hello. I think she was an Aussie, wasn't she, when we...
I'm sure she still is.
Yeah, well, I'm sure she is still an Aussie. But yeah, there they are. And then the South Africans coming out, like you say, lazily for you. You like to see them on the pitch.
It's just a sort of traditional... It's just a traditional thing. It doesn't make any difference at all. But that's how players normally come out. And that's Ian Ramage. He popped up here earlier as well to point out one of the... differences between the 50 overs ODI in the men's games and in the women's games, and that's that in the last 10 overs in the women's game you only allowed 4 fielders outside the circle, where in the men's games, recent little change, that they're allowed 5 outside in the last 10 overs. So very kindly came up here and pointed that out, because we sort of said, they've only got 4 outside the circle. So that's all they were allowed outside the circle. So nice to have a little bit of a chat with the umpires, and they both seem very relaxed, very focused on what they've got to do today. No surprise there, opening bowler, Shabnun Ismail. She's quite slight, isn't she, for a quick bowler?
Yeah, she's not very tall, very slim figure. She's quite athletic, almost like a pocket rocket. So very small as such, but she does get through her action quite nicely. And it'll be interesting to see how Sri Lanka take this pace. You know, they tend to not actually be very sort of strong or well-built players themselves. So I'm sure they'll appreciate actually a little bit of extra pace. The question is whether they'll be able to handle it. With these wickets, the ball doesn't carry through as quickly, so it might be a nice batting pace. But there's Atapatu. She's been going brilliantly in this tournament. She scored some runs in that chase as well that we just saw against Pakistan. And she's somebody who, very classy. She does remind me a little bit of Sangakkara, just in terms of the shapes that she gets into, that left-hander. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she takes on this pretty fiery South African attack.
Left-handers always look that bit classier, don't they? Start off with a wide. Speaking as a left-hander myself, that is.
Are you left-handed, are you?
Batting, yeah.
You went for the glory then, did you? You went for the glory. You heard that people tend to look better left-handed, so you just thought you would...
Yeah, if you're thinking David Gower, you know, that was sort of my generation. But obviously I didn't give it away as often as he did. One for no wicket. Wonder whether we're going to see any Gower-like strokes today.
Nice ball there, just angled across. Look at this from Ismail. She was able to find a little bit of rhythm here. Got through nicely, good seam position. Purdy then just not getting her foot forward very well. But carried through okay there to Chetty as well. So good signs there for the South African bowlers.
Good line though after that first delivery. Nicely in behind that one.
I think we should give credit as well to the groundsman. I mean, these pitches have played, you know, reasonably well. We've seen decent carry. We weren't expecting, that deck to really fire through. This is late into the season for Sri Lanka. Not much rain, but they have had consistent bounce all the way through, which has been helpful for the tournament.
Yeah, been very good pitches. A little flirt at that one outside the off stump. That is, you know, we're talking about left-handers, and the difference is that the majority of times that you're facing right-arm bowlers, the ball's slanting across you. I think that helps to with the elegance of batsmen like Sangakkara, Gower we were talking about earlier. But of course, when you play a miss, it doesn't look good. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because there's the first run underway. You as a right-hander, to sort of understand the left-hander situation, it'd be like facing a constant diet of left-arm overs. It's a different angle. It's a different challenge.
Yeah, you're right, and it is different. And you set yourself up slightly differently as well. So to the left-hander, as a left-handed bowler, you might open up a little bit. So for the left-handed batter here, look, she's taking her guard. So it will be that different angle that just slants across. And actually, once it drags a little bit short, it's quite easy for them to see it because of the angle to pick up short balls, whether it's the pull shot or let it go across and cut. I think that's why we see so many good left-handers who are brilliant at that cross-batted shot. Here we go, Atapatu. Very classy batter.
Just having a look at that one, let it through to the keeper.
I'd also be, for Ismail, because she doesn't swing the ball as much as, say, Kat, I'd also be interested in seeing her come around the wicket and just try and cramp the left-hander for room. We've seen that both these batsmen have flirted nicely outside the off-stump. But I just wonder how they would respond as well, just to the ball being cramped up. Ismail's balls tend to carry on nicely.
Fuller delivery there, just played quietly square off the wicket. So comfortable enough first over, but both sides. One or two little fishes outside the off stump. Two slips in place, no tickle there. So batters having a natter.
Cap readjusting and readjusting that ponytail.
Here we go.
It's important to get it right, but she goes for the top knot these days.
You reckon she readjusts that after every delivery?
Pretty much, yeah, I think so. It might be, a lot of players get into routines, whether it's batters you see rotate the bat in their hand, or, I think more for her it looks like it's something that is more like a settling thing.
Yeah.
But there she is, she's marshalling her field. And just having a look at that. As expected, she's got a third and fine leg. And to the left-hander, just 3 on that leg side. And good start. Just probing that middle and off line.
On the money straight away. Yeah. Oh, she's left the top knot in place as well.
Yeah. I think let's see if it's a good delivery, maybe the top knot stays. Maybe if it doesn't go so well, it's a readjustment.
Change the balance a bit.
Ambitious there. Just drifting down leg. Falling over a little bit there. The batsman, let's just have a little look. Yeah, definitely going just outside leg stump.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst. Wasn't the worst shout. It looked far worse. Well, far more optimistic live than it did on that replay. But you could see almost certainly pitched outside leg and would probably miss leg comfortably as well. This for me is the big wicket for South Africa. Atapatu.
That was plum. That was plum. And so she should be excited and well done. That's an excellent delivery. We know she gets that early movement, but this, wow, excellent delivery. Just on bringing that batsman completely front foot across the line. And here we go. Look at that. Doesn't get easier decisions than that. I think that was Claire Polisok there. And then, wow, she's gone. So Atapatu, you just said how big a wicket she was.
And yeah, she's on her way back for no runs. So bat under the arm. Not her day today, Chamari. So work to do now for Sri Lanka. They did not want to lose that early wicket. But she just really planting that front leg a bit early, and nothing much she could do.
When comes another new batsman. A bit of work to do here just to settle things down. Polgam Polo, 35. She's been around for a while, actually. Played a good number of ODIs. She's played 68 so far. And I suppose had one good score in this tournament against Thailand. She got a 49. But other than that, hasn't really scored big against the bigger teams. So this will be a tough challenge. Swinging ball, bit more pace.
Plenty of time though, obviously. Just in the second over of the 50. Atapatu going though for no score. Oh, that.
Oh, that was. I can see why she's in agony there. Just bent down. Let's have a look.
That was pitching, certainly not outside leg, coming back, and if there's no bat on that, was there a signal for a run? That was... Oh,
that was nailing off stump of you.
Nice day here, isn't it?
Tough call for the umpire there. And there you are, Cap. She does like a chat. She's never happy. She's always having a chunter. And she's still chuntering. She'll want to go again. But she's getting that movement. This is what she does. She pitches it up. She gets the swing.
This time just losing it down the leg side.
And as we say, the hair gets moved. I think it's pretty. It must be every bad ball.
I've learned a lot about hairstyles out here. You know, it's the top knots, the buns, the ponytails, the extensions.
It's a little bit of settling here for the Sri Lankan batsman. Not been offered much width, and especially when you've lost an early wicket like that, it's tough. Hansika scored a few runs recently. They're really getting cramped up, aren't they, on that off stump. Technique could be improved on that off stump as well. We're just seeing a lot of the balls coming back in, and the batsmen haven't been able to get that bat shaping back down the pitch. Let's have a little look at this. Just have a look at some of this technique here. So getting very tucked up. The feet movement there are critical. Hasn't really got the body across to be able to shape back down the line. Very cramped.
A little bit late on it as well, actually. Wasn't she coming across with a... Not really showing more of a closed face of the bat. Pushing towards mid-off.
A lot of left-handers in this lineup. Ismail having to angle the ball across. She has got 3 on the leg side for a bit of protection. She'll be just looking to angle across nicely. 1 slip in place and a catching gully for both the bowlers.
That one will feel a bit better for Polgumpola to get that in the middle of the bat after that, what should we say, life in the previous over?
There was a big shout very early there, way before the ball had even got past the batsman. I think that was Trisha Chetty.
Bit of excitement there, not quite sure what it was about.
Big waft outside the off stump. There's a big gap here, isn't there, in that sort of cover region. So there's a lot of space to be able to get your hands through if you get any width, but that's part of the trap. She'll be bowling just back of that length, expecting the ball to fly through that slips to backward point region.
Interesting slip formation. We've noticed this before for Ismail's bowling. The slips, as you can see there, it's skipper's almost at gully there, isn't she? You know, and you've got what, a second slip, a gully, no first slip, and they'll be unlucky, of course, if the ball goes in between. But very wide slips.
Yeah, I think as well, if with Ismail angling the ball across, maybe the keeper will feel that she'll know that the angling across, so the ball is going to go wider, and maybe Chetty will make the decision that she feels comfortable that she can cover that to her left. But there is a big gap there.
Yeah, there's more space than you can cover there, if you can imagine. Although she took a fabulous catch. If you remember the first time we saw South Africa last week. There just is too much space between those slips for them to be able to cover the ground with a dive. That's the end of the over, and I think this over, when Marizanne Kapp's back on, we'll see the slips in a far more regulation first and second. But good start that for South Africa.
Yeah, this is, and also, like we say, an extra life in there for Polgumpola. But this is, I think, South Africa of the two teams, because of the history, they definitely have the upper hand.
Yeah, it goes to top knot again.
But Sri Lanka can take them for a good ride, so these early wickets will be crucial. Lucky that inside edge there, and gone for 4. That is frustrating for the bowler. Let's just have a look at this. Didn't really see too much of it. Pitched up again. Big inside edge on the move. No real footwork there, but it raced away fine. Nothing worse than that as a bowler, is there? You do all the good work, you've pitched it up.
Well, in a way, you don't mind a thick edge down to a long leg or fine leg, because it's a semi-success. But when the edge runs away for 4, you feel that's really rubbing salt into the wound.
Classy. Hansika really got to the pitch of that one. Just picked up. That looks like Ayabonga Kaka doing the fielding in the outfield. Well chased. So slightly slower it looked actually there. Racing away. Maybe she didn't quite time it. But pitched up, a little bit of width, and a nice shot.
Good delivery. It's just carried on rather than coming back in, and feeling for that. Testing overseas for the Sri Lankan openers. Oh. Very economical run-up, isn't it? She's got everything sorted out. We were talking about what a very professional, very well turned out, very precise cricketer she is, and it's almost starting exactly the same position.
Yeah, I just counted 8 paces there, which is for a seam bowler or a quicker bowler, that's not that much. But she does have really good rhythm. She always increases her pace as she's reaching the crease. She does, the only issue she's had, and it's caused her a few injury issues, is that front foot. She lands slightly across herself, but that's what helps her get the swing. Let's just have a look at this action. There you go, very balanced, seam presented nicely. Here, this is where she gets sort of side on, but that front foot goes slightly across herself. This is where the head and everything then uses all that energy to try and swing that ball. Excellent action. Most really wouldn't tell the youngsters to practice that front foot, but it's very smooth.
I think that just throws her head a little bit as well, doesn't it? But it works for her. It's repeat action, and that's what you need as a bowler, to be able to repeat the action time and again under pressure.
Yeah, she's been very valuable going around the world as well. Played in the Sydney Sixers and got to the finals, which they won for the Women's Big Bash. And Ishmael's another one. She's also been over playing. She played in the inaugural Kia Super League last year, bowling some good pace up at Yorkshire. Their team were full of very fiery, fast bowlers. They had her, Catherine Brunt, the Yorkies. Yeah, I think they got a few slap on the wrists for fiery bowlers.
Oh, you like a bit of passion, don't you?
You do. It gets a bit boring otherwise. But yeah, her and Catherine Brunt, there was a lot of chuntering and noises coming. Ishmael's been very calm this series, but she can get fired up. She can say a few words.
Who was the most feisty fast bowler you played against?
Oh, it has to be Catherine Fitzpatrick, and I only faced her, and she's the Australian, I think, all-time lead wicket taker actually for women's cricket. I only faced her at the end of her career actually, and I remember facing the first ball I tried to play a shot. I don't know what it is. Guess what the next ball was? Bang! Straight into my shoulder bone. Pretty much wiped me out, and that was apparently her at towards the end of her career, slowing down. But I didn't see much of it. And there we go, talking about a bit of fire. I don't think Paul Gampolo had an absolute clue about that one.
That's just glanced away off the helmet. Short delivery, and there you go. Look, oh, she got in a mess there, didn't she? Dear me.
It's the line that was key there, wasn't it? She really tucked her up.
That counts as 4 runs, though, because she was taking evasive action. So the score moves on to 15 for 1.
No, the plan.
She's going to get runs today, isn't she? Paul Gampolo.
Oh dear, a bowler has just bent her back. Look at this, she's put in all the energy, dug it in short, set her up. Got the perfect outside edge. That's Sune loose there. It looks like Sune loose at first slip, or even second, who is back in the side today. Well, they've immediately made a change. They've immediately made a change, and they've moved Chloe Tryon into the slips. And they've moved out. There she is, Sune loose.
What's that saying about stable doors and horses?
I bet Ishmael is still going to be chuntering away. Let's have another look at this. Set her up perfectly with the first delivery, then pitched it across, completely done. Sune loose. That was a perfect catchable height as well. Australian style. Going hands turned over, but she just wasn't able to hold on.
Another cracking delivery there. Great over from Ishmael. Fire, pace. Seen a little bit of bounce there as well. But, oh dear. Well, Paul Gampolo, she's destined for a big score today, isn't she? She's, in fact, should she not have moved on to 1? Josh, she is, sorry.
I think that would frustrate the bowlers as well here is there isn't that much pace in the wicket. The bounce is hard to get. So if you bend your back, she has put everything she's got in to get that bounce. Both these bowlers have really been putting energy into the first few overs. And so for the ball to go down.
Yeah, the perfect chance. And Paul Gampolo there, who was very close to being LBW first ball. And she's then dropped a straightforward catch at slip. The ball down to the boundary off her helmet. Days like that, you take advantage and cash in, fill your boots. Not a difficult chance as far as slip chances go, that one. Was almost she playing the shot that they play to give catching practice before the game starts. Very late little dab outside the off stump. She is not looking at all comfortable, is she, Paul Gampolo? Did you? We've changed in the commentary box now with Anjum Chopra moving in. Did you get a view of the LBW first up?
Good morning to all, and thank you, David. Yes, I did, and I thought that was plum LBW.
Only one person whose opinion counts, though.
I think Roshan Cap is bowling one of the best spells of fast bowling of this tournament. Whatever we've seen the games till now, she's been aggressive. She's getting the ball to shape in, and more importantly, she's hitting the right length.
South Africa coming back well at the start of this game after their reverse against India. As we were saying at the start of the match, effectively a semi-final. There are no semi-finals in this tournament. It's just the top 2 teams play off in the final. And down the pitch there, angles away, third man into action. That's Ishmael down there. She's probably still muttering away about that drop catch in her last over. Another good delivery.
I think she's bowled really well. Marizanne Kapp. The last game South African team played here at the Sara Oval was against the Indian girls. Of course, Shibnam bowled a good spell out there, but I thought Marizanne Kapp was just a little wayward, but not today. She's bowling from the same end she bowled the other day, but today she's spot on. Hitting nice lengths. More importantly, she's very aware as to where she wants to land that ball. 6 gone, 17 for 1.
17 for 1 off 6 overs. You'd think that Sri Lanka would be relatively happy with this. This was the last over with Ismail.
Yeah, I like the aggression. This was the first ball that Shibnam Ismail bowled, and then to follow it up, this ball she bowled. Oh, everything about the implementation from Shibnam Ismail was spot on when she was bowling to Hansika, but the finish was the one that spoilt it all. Sunay Loose was the fielder at slip.
Sonny Loose immediately exiled to the outfield, and in has come Chloe.
Yeah, the reason
trial.
for sorry for that, and the reason for that is I thought the way Marizanne Kapp is bowling from the pavilion end and Shibnam, who started off the proceedings, you can see they're bowling to a plan, and how important the fielding department comes in. When you're not hitting the timber, you need your fielders to support you out there. Yet again, an aggressive quick bowler. It's been given a wide though, but a short pitch ball to rattle the batter.
Yeah, I think Ian Ramage had a thought about this. It was a little bit too short, wasn't it? It's gone over her head there. Look, I think that's a fair call.
It's a fair call to all the viewers, because if the batter cannot reach the ball, if it's too high, it's declared a wide. Again, asking tough questions to the batters.
Not only that, following through and having a little word as well. She's fired up, isn't she, Ishmael? Only saying with Ebony, she's got quite a slight frame for a quick bowler, but she certainly gets that ball through, and plenty of aggression there as well. Maybe just a little bit too short consistently in this over.
I like the strategy from the South African bowlers. The Sri Lankan batters like to cut and pull. I'm surprised they haven't used the attacking shots against the South African quick bowlers, but it's a nice strategy. There's not a lot from the wicket that they can offer later on. So it's early on the movement that the bowlers would be wanting to exploit, or the little dig in the ball to carry through the keeper. The aggressive words to back that aggressive spell of bowling. So I like this approach from the South African bowlers.
I think the umpire there just having a word with Ismail and saying just calm it down a little bit, cool it down a little bit. Good running. A little nudge into the offside. Batsmen just looked up at each other and away they went.
A lot of teams have missed this trick of just dropping the ball short of the fielder and running, crossing through for a single. Sri Lanka has been very aware of these singles, these areas where they can make sure that the strike gets rotated.
There is a big gap there, though, isn't there, between cover and mid-off? No extra cover. I think that's deliberate. That's deliberate in the sense that they're looking to try and get the batters to play through there, and maybe induce a little nick behind.
Again, teasing outside the off stump. Shibnam Ismail thought that she had her again over here.
That one's just cut her in two, as they say. She's come back in, bat late on it.
Yeah, she can't believe that that ball missed the stump.
And there, the end of that over, we saw Ismail with the look on her face. What have I got to do? Another aggressive, quick over in this heat, and it's a hot day out there in Colombo today. The old top knot going in place at the start of the over for Marizan. You might be picking up a bit of atmosphere and a bit of noise in the background here. There's a local band giving their batters some support and creating a bit of atmosphere. We like to hear that.
And this band has been travelling with the Sri Lankan team in every cricket ground that they've played. And I tell you, they are very, very noisy. And they are very loud.
Shot the stumps there from Mulvart, but missing comfortably.
David, you like this beat? It's the drum beat that's going faster and faster every time Sri Lanka takes a run. Or takes a break.
No, I'm a music fan. Angled away, but can't get a run there. You missed a good night last night, Anjum. There was an open mic at our hotel, and one or two people getting up and singing a couple of tunes.
Yeah, who are the audience? You were singing, or you had Ebony, Rainford-Brent
Ebony was
entertaining
Ebony was giving it the full throttle. I was up there, but I was sort of avoiding the mic because I'm not the best singer. I was pretending to sing, but
the choir
keeping well away from the mic.
Didn't they need a choir behind?
Sweet dreams are made of this. We got a big chorus of. I always thought that was pepperoni pizza, but apparently not.
Yeah, no wonder she looked a little exhausted. She must have had a long night and entertaining the audiences. I must ask her to replicate and at least make sure that she sings a song for us on the mic. Yeah, it's a better mic. One to herself.
There was no drummer last night on the cafe at the top of the hotel. Certainly a drummer here today. Firm drive, the end of a tidy over there from Marizan Cap, who's taken the one wicket to fall. Most of us up here in the commentary, in fact all of us up here in the commentary box, think she should have had two. But, figures there 1 for 9. Bowled very nicely. Ridden their luck, the two Sri Lanka batters out there, but still there, and as such, 21 for 1 off 8 overs, not the worst start. Fiery opening spell from Ismail. I think the umpire had a quiet little word last over. I'm not sure about where she was following through. It's more, I think, her chat to the opposition batter.
I'll be interested if she can go around the wicket, have a shot catching fielder on the onside, get one to move in from the mid-on region, and just test the batter, because it's going one-dimensional right now. She knows the batter, Hansika, and both the Polygampola know that the ball is going to be angled in or it's going to be hit in short. But if she can just change the angle a bit, go round the stump. She's bowling her 5th over now. That is Shibnam Ismail. And then just gets one to dart back in. Or if move away, at least the slips will be in operation.
Maybe do away with the third man and bring a catcher and still have the 2 slips and have somebody short leg for that ball. If that ball had to be delivered around from around the wicket, that would have popped up on the leg side. Exactly this one. There you go. Oof, right off the top of the bat, popped up in the air. And had that gone to short leg, and had there been a short leg then.
And another reason for that is that she's not really bowling seam-up deliveries. She's mixing it up. She's holding the ball cross-seam, making sure that she can get a bit of rip as it lands on the wicket. Just a little bit of bounce that she's expecting. That should be close if it hits. That should have been one more wicket for the South African girls had this ball been gathered cleanly by the wicket-keeper, Trisha Shetty.
Didn't take it cleanly. Watch this again as the throw comes in. Plenty of time there. Take them, and she's gone, but she's dropped the ball.
What a miss. Definitely nobody would be happy who's wearing green colours in the 11 right now. And they missed a few chances here, South African girls. Fielding lapses, dropped catches, missing run-outs. This one should have definitely been taken.
That was Polygampola again.
She is asking difficult questions, Shibnam Ismail, and creating that pressure for the Sri Lankans to, if not get a wicket, getting caught behind or bowl, at least creating that opportunity of picking up a wicket through a run out. So I say the skipper, Tanai, can be a little more aggressive if she decides to bring Shibnam Ismail come back for her 6th over.
Oh, and that's over pitch, straight onto leg stump and tickled away for 4 runs. So Ismail, I think, maybe just have held that one back a little bit, but lost its line, lost its length, and tickled away. And Polygampola gets her first boundary. She possibly should have gone LBW first ball. She was badly dropped at first slip, and there that over could well have had a run out, and Ismail getting an arm around the shoulders there from Chetty. And you've bowled well, girl. It doesn't always go for you. Change of bowling now with Kaka coming on from commentary box end. We could almost rename the commentary box end the band end now, couldn't we? The drummer's going again. Bit of trumpeting. Brass section being drowned out at the moment. Kaka immediately on the mark. There they are, look. Could do with a few fewer drums, I think. Certainly getting the atmosphere going here inside the Pisara. Feeling a miss.
Bunga Kaka, the last time we saw her in operation was the match against India, the Sara Oval, and I thought she bowled a brilliant spell in her 10 overs, just giving away 44, picking wickets as well. And more importantly, she came at a time when there was already a lot of pressure on the Indian batters. Hardly under 2 runs an over was the scoring rate, and she maintained that tempo. That was a good spell of medium-fast bowling.
Pushed into the gap, shot at the stumps from Laura Woolvart. In fact, no, that's not Laura Woolvart, is it? Sonia Loose there at mid-off, who's also got the flowing locks down her back, but not quite as impressive as Laura Woolvart at mid-on.
Chance down the non-striker end if it hits. Oh, what on earth was Hansika doing there? A straight drive from Polygampola, hitting straight to the fielder, min onto Preece that covers. This will be the better angle to give the exact highlight. A couple of steps down there, and Hansika was backing up way too far.
Direct hit, and Hansika would have gone there.
We've got a lot of play and a miss outside the off stump today, and that's why the bowlers must be feeling that they should have picked up more wickets than what the column shows right now. It's just one down for Sri Lanka. And remember, it's on a wicket which is not offering great deal of bounce in comparison to the wicket we played against India the other day.
Just a dab into the onside there, so that's the end of the 10th over. 27 for 1. Well, that's pretty good compared with the what we saw here the other day with India playing against South Africa. I think from memory India were just 14 for 1, so a solid enough base. They've ridden their luck though. 27 for 1 after 10 doesn't look so bad, but some quite clear chances being missed, and that could quite easily be 27 for 3. Ebony's back, and to join him, I've called you Emily, and I've called you him today now, Eb, so my sincere apologies. Roshan will be joining you.
Yeah, it's been frustrating for South Africa this morning. They've done a great bit of work, but here looks like we might have a new bowler coming in. I think it'll be Daniels. We haven't actually seen much of her actually in the last couple of games. Mosaline Daniels, another seam bowler. She will kind of float it around. Might be interesting to see how these Sri Lankans go about it. We've seen them flirt a lot outside the off stump, but this left-hander will tuck them up. Good start. She's not express pace at all. A bit slower than Ayabonga Kaka, but she'll just try and wobble the ball in the air a little bit. She's been brought in today. And this crowd, are loving this noise, or I shouldn't say noise, I say this music, Roshan. Lots of energy, lots of nicely knocked away there. Chase should be pretty straightforward there for loose. But yeah, I'm loving this music. There's some real energy and...
Well, this is called the Papare band. You know, that's a very Sri Lankan thing. You'll get lots of such bands when the men's team play, particularly in a T20 game or a 50 over game. It's a 2 or 3 piece band. And there you are. In fact, more than 2 or 3 pieces. Quite a few drums, the trumpeters. In fact, 4 or 5 of them. But they're here primarily to try and make a sound and try and support the Sri Lankan ladies, knowing that they have come far. Great win over Pakistan that last match. And this South African game could be the crunch to get into the last 4. So all support available to them.
Lots of dancing as well, we just saw. There's a couple of I don't know if they're pom-poms or kind of shake it bits, but they're waving those about.
Yeah, well, leave Sri Lankans and let's not talk about their dancing. They can dance anywhere. They'll dance in the aisles, they'll just go non-stop.
Yeah, they're loving it. Well, I've been dancing as well up on the balcony.
Absolutely.
What do you think? Do you think they know they're on camera?
Well, you never know, but they might, in case they see a camera zooming on them, then that's where a little bit more energy comes in.
Well, the lady in the red at the back there was Really getting her back into it. Yeah, with the sunglasses. Well, it's good to have a bit of atmosphere. You know, I've played a number of games, England games back in the day, where sometimes you had no atmosphere, but then when we often played in the West Indies.
Just to ask you a question there, Ebony. Imagine a papare band at Lord's.
It'd be incredible, right? It's a tough one, isn't it? Because I know there's a lot of issues around, you know,
people might faint.
the traditional kind wouldn't be so happy. I'm a big fan of
what
music.
would the members do?
The members would not be happy.
They'll faint.
No, they would faint. Well, I'm a big fan. I mean, as a player, I think it gives you a lift, as well as the crowd. It's something to enjoy. I remember playing out in India as well, where I was facing Goswami, and on the rails they were banging all these sticks and making so much noise. There's a wide one there, really bad delivery there from Daniels. She's just got to find her consistency here. It doesn't help when you've got some really strong opening bowlers in Cap and also Ismail. You've got to come up and keep that consistency going. She hasn't had as much of a run or a bowl out, so this is going to be hard to settle in, but that's better.
She's got good rhythm. I like the way she runs in, and her release is good. She's quite balanced at the crease. Gets to the crease quite nicely. Not a long run, as you said, but very easy approach.
Yeah, mostly one of those sort of wobbly bowlers. In the air, just lets it go and tries to hope it moves in the air a little bit.
Nice follow through as well. 32 for 1.
Yeah, let's just have a look at this action, actually. Here you go, very smooth, as you say, coming in. Maybe not as athletic, pumping with the arms straight, but still very rhythmic.
This is the point I like. And look at the follow through. Look at that non-bowling arm. Nice extension and reasonable follow through as well. And very uncomplicated. This is what I like. Is you makes it look simple. Maybe the run up can be a little bit more rhythmic, can be a little bit more balanced, but in terms of the delivery and the action, it looks all right.
Yeah, I was happy with the seam position as well at release. So now it's Ayabonga Kaka, someone I've been really impressed with. I think she's been very consistent.
Sri Lanka batting first. Well, South Africa should consider themselves a bit unlucky. Well, there were a few opportunities, just like this one should have been taken. That should have been taken. And then the run out, the wicket keeper just dropped the ball there. So there were two opportunities, definite opportunities. And this is another one. And, well, they may regret these misses later on, because don't forget, this is the Super 6 stage. Again, poor cricket. Just allowing a single.
Yeah, Trisha Chetty hasn't had the best day today behind the stumps. We just saw in that replay that she didn't quite pick it up nicely, and then here she wasn't able to clean up. Let's just have a quick look here. Thrown back here, Kaka being aggressive, maybe dug it in a little bit short. She would have been home, but equally it's a bit of a mess up by the keeper.
Well, my thinking is that with fair bit of cricket played on this surface, that this pitch will slow down, and the spinners might play a big role. So how costly can the initial chances be to South Africa is my question.
Great bowling again. And also talking about what you're saying about the spinners there, I had a look today at the leading wicket takers so far in the tournament. Let's just have a look at this bowling. Again, nice seam position. Little wobble in the air. You mentioned you thought there was a bit of nip for her this morning. Sri Lankans have played and missed it a lot. But yeah, in terms of this, the top four are spinners, but not just all spinners. They're slow left arm or leg spinners taking the ball away from the right-handers. So we're seeing spin come in a lot. And also the Sri Lankan bowlers, there's a lot more spin variety there compared to the South Africans. So every chance here really counts for South Africa. They're going to have to find a way to keep getting those breakthroughs. They've maybe, with that drop catch, couple of run-outs, 3 chances, maybe even 4.
3 chances in the first 10 overs. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, play and a miss again. That ball stayed down, and I think she missed a straight angle, straight delivery.
And we talk about the pitch dying. Look at this. Hacker bowls it, and it just dies. Almost goes under the bat there, and calls that play and miss again. End of the over, 34 for 1. So these batsmen are now just battling away, taking their time. This is something we've seen across all the games. The first spells haven't been electric we haven't seen any team really get away to a flyer. And again, now that these pitches are wearing and having more overs bowled onto it, we can imagine it will just continue in that vein. So every run and every wicket, so critical. Daniel's just searching for that consistency. We're pleased to be getting a run through today. I've brought in their extra cover a little bit tighter catching. Just having a look at that field there. Chloe Tryon with the floppy hats come in. Couple of strips away.
Just a little nudge down to third man. That has been a shot that the Sri Lankans have used a lot. That's playing away from their body, just playing at deliveries outside the off stump. They've had their moments. They've been a catch missed, quite a few play and miss. They also had a few runs down to third man.
Just saw a funny moment there. Marizanne Kapp, who's at third man, just threw the ball in and almost wiped out the captain, which got a evil stare.
Paul Gampala has looked fairly well organised, I thought. Seemed to be having a nice stride out, good technique. Hansika slightly different. But to me, Paul Gampala looks the more complete kind of batter. Like her stance, nicely balanced at the crease. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. You could see the... that's called a wide. Why was it a wide? Was it slipping down the leg side?
No, I think he felt it was maybe a little bit short. I think that's a tough call there. Look at this. Dug it in. To me, that's maybe a couple of inches over the helmet.
So it's a wide on height. It can never be a wide on the line of the ball.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Sri Lanka haven't... That's one thing they haven't been able to do is play the short ball well.
Nicely driven. That's a universal problem in this tournament. Let's take a look at this wide again. Let's see how high it was. Banged in short. Way over the shoulder, there is no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether that merits a wide, because, you know, such deliveries generally are connected. I mean, a wide is a delivery that you can't reach. So, well... And about the short ball, I think it's been a problem involving this tournament. Obviously, we haven't seen the top 4 teams playing. So they might have a different answer, but I've not seen a single batter in this tournament, India included, really playing the short ball well or taking on the short ball. Never seen pulled or hooked boundaries regularly.
And I wonder if there's a mixture of, because of the wicket, batsmen are maybe thinking get forward, and they're not staying open-minded to play off the front and back foot. So when it does come in, it's a surprise.
Is that a wide? Didn't he touch anything? I think that should have been a wide. Looked a wide to me anyway. 36 for 1.
Just have a look here. Drifting down that leg side. To me, that's a wide. I can't see any movement. It didn't deviate when it passed the batsman. The batter even. Well, Sri Lanka ticking along nicely here. again taking their time, but they know that there's plenty of medium paces to come, or the spinners won't be turning the ball, and that's when they can cash in. Let's not forget they've got batters like Luxuria to come, who's off the back of a brilliant 65 in that Pakistan game. But it's game in the balance at the moment. South Africa will definitely need a wicket.
Just walking across the crease, quite aware of the field placing. Let's take a look at the batsman to come. Lokusuria is there. Virat Kohli. What do you make out of the Sri Lankan batting lineup?
Yeah, they've got plenty of batting to come. I think even if you look at Virat Kohli, what was good about their last game is the top 6, all of them chipped in with around 30 runs. They've lost arguably the best batter in Atapatu. She went early.
That looked out. That was a poor shot.
Very poor shot going across the line. Let's just have a look at that wicket. Just to remind you how that was Cat bowling, getting that swing. She pitched it up. And there was very poor foot movement. Just hadn't got going yet. And that is a big wicket, Sri Lanka.
Looking to hit it on the up. Bit of extra bounce, I thought. She was committed on the front foot, so she couldn't really ride the bounce. Just maybe we'll show you after this ball. Looking to try and hit it on the up, because that just bounced a bit from Kaka. So 2 balls ago, this is how the drive looked. It's certainly bouncing. She was looking to lean and drive, but as she was standing up, the timing didn't come in. It didn't hit the sweet spot. That's what happened.
I think there's signs, though, last over, that maybe Sri Lanka are thinking about moving the pace on. That was a glorious shot, but for no runs, just eased out into the covers. But waiting on it better there, Polgampolo. The fielders are set really deep on that ring, so you're going to have to get the angles right to pierce that field. There we are, that angle that she's looking for. Maybe didn't get the connection, but it helped pick up a 1. So she retains the strike. At the end of the over, 38 for 1. The music's cranked back up as well. Look, oh, look, there we are. There's my favourite. On the right there, a lady with glasses and a red hat.
Almost to the extreme. One before the extreme. Oh, what about the other one? What about the other extreme? Look at that red. Look at that red T-shirt. Oh my goodness! Look, they seem to be moving quite nicely.
Well, they've come out into the sun now. Before they were in the shade. Maybe the temperature is cranked up. Can you dance, Roshan? Would you be out there?
Well, I can try.
I'd like to see you
dancing.
Yeah.
Well, we've got this natural thing. We call it the Portuguese dance, the baila. That's natural. You see, you don't need a particular step as such. All you need to do is just shake yourself. And that's the dance. So you'll have different
left and right, is it?
Different left and right, forward and back. You can be sitting or standing, it doesn't matter.
Oh, you can sit down and have a little boogie. Well, that's something I'm going to...
A twist, as you would call it. So that's very varied. You know, the dancing is...
The red lady, the one in the red shirt, is that a good old shake, is it?
Yeah, you see, now this is all a bit of baila, you know, a little bit of a twist. Different kind of baila.
I might have to go out there when I'm on my break and join in with some of the festive activity. Well, it's not putting off the South Africans, and maybe it's giving the Sri Lankans a bit of energy. They're ticking on nicely. That's good to see. Really nice to see a bit of atmosphere out here. Good bit of fielding there, but easily taken single. Things just ticking along here, nothing electric. Just looking at the pace, they both have faced 42 balls. I mean, they're going at less than 50% strike rate, but equally plenty of wickets in hand, which they can accelerate towards the back end of the innings. Another short ball there. Umpire calls it. He does call the wide. That was maybe a fraction shorter, and I can understand why. Let's just have a look here. Dug it in very, very short. That's maybe about half a metre above the batsman. She ducked as well, which would have made it look a little bit worse, but I think Daniels does have to just get it a fraction fuller if she's wanting to get that. And she goes again, this time the right length, but maybe a bit wide. Easily fielded there by Cap at third man. So short ball is the tactic at the moment.
Yeah, because that's not something that the Sri Lankans are quite used to. It's very foreign to the Sri Lankans. We don't have pitchers that bounces, and we don't have the bowlers with that kind of pace. Now that has to be a wide. It is.
Well, that's 2 for the over. I can see why she's going for the tactic, but it's just about the consistency here. Look, dipping that shoulder too early. Got to hold it just a fraction longer. Get that ball slightly fuller.
She's a strong girl, Daniels. She appears to be someone who can work up a good head of steam. Might be quicker than what she looks. She's strong, appears to have strong shoulders. She's quite brisk for someone who's bowling pace. She walks back quickly. She's not someone who wants to relax as she takes a walk back. So these are all good traits.
And good to be left arm as well. Brings a bit of variety to that pace attack.
Have you ever bowled the Yorker in your career regularly?
Did I?
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah.
43 for 1?
When I started my career as a bowler, and I was most probably someone who was just kind of hitting that back of a length quite a lot. And
But never tried the Yorker?
No, I'd bowl the short ball, but I didn't quite.
It's the point of release, isn't it? The Yorker. I mean, you release it a bit late, then they say you tend to get the Yorker in quicker.
Yeah.
Dennis Lely had a theory. I was there once when Dennis Lely had a coaching camp, which I had the great privilege of attending, and his thinking was that you need to aim at the top of the off stump. Just keep running in at the top of the off stump. So that used to be his theory in the 90s, but then I suppose different theories have come up through research. So now it's a case of the point of release. So interesting. .43 for 1. 15 overs completed. Kaka continues. Apesh. No second slip. It wouldn't have carried anyway. Fell well short of a second slip would have been. But a single down to third man. Just driving away from the body down to his third man. Ebony's taken a break. Anjum's back. What do you reckon, Anjum? You think which team will be the happier one at this stage?
Sri Lanka. Can't say the same for South Africa, because if they keep bowling wides the way they have been bowling and keep setting defensive fields as 15 extras, 7 leg byes and 8 wides, I think there is no way that South Africa will be pleased with their bowling performance this morning.
Yeah, they bowled a near 1.5 overs in the first 15 extra, and also in the first 10 overs they missed 3 opportunities.
Exactly, and I'm not very pleasantly surprised by the fielding positions even for now. They've got their 15 extras already on the board, out of which 8 are wise. They've got attacking fields set in terms of only one slip in their skipper Dane, and bowl half trackers which can be actually put away for a boundary like just this one.
Excellent shot by Hansika. She's been trying, both Hansika and Chamari Polgampala have been trying to pierce that offside field, but this time she gets the gap, just threading a very small gap, but the timing was good.
That's an excellent cricket shot, simply because she got to the pitch of the ball and perfection deployed on that shot to get to the boundary.
Nipuni Hansika. She's on 21. Polgampala has taken her time, 13 of 44. Hansika slightly quicker. Now, is that a wide? It is. So this is a poor over by Kaka. She's bowled a second wide.
Yeah, she was right on the money in the game against India 2 days ago. She bowled a really nice spell. But coming off here, as Sri Lanka complete 50. 50 for 1 at the end of 15. They'll be definitely happy. Both Marizan Cap and Shibnam Ismail bowled a very good tight spell early on. It was a good setting for both Kaka and Mosley Daniels to come in and continue the good work. They've been unfortunate with those dropped catches, but I do feel the South Africans are not backing their skill enough to create those chances again to be offered to them by the Sri Lankan batters.
This is the 16th over, and this is an important second wicket partnership for Sri Lanka. After losing Atapattu very early, South Africa would have been fancying their chances to try and break through the top order. But that's what really has tilted the balance somewhat. Solidity at the top, very important for Sri Lanka. Last ball of the over. Single off the last ball. So 51 for 1. And is it going to be time for drinks? Yes, it is time for drinks. 16 overs completed. 51 for 1.
Excellent breeze and a good cricketing weather to start off with, and so did a good start come in from Marizan Cap and the other South African bowlers, especially Shibnam Ismail at the other end. Marizan Cap picked up the first wicket in the first over, but then there were a few drop chances. First from Sunelus, again Sunelus in action, and this time Trisha Shetty, the wicketkeeper, dropping the ball, which should have been a sure shot run out. Sri Lankans had enough time to settle in, even with the pressure of not being able to rotate strike on them from the South African bowlers. A few loose deliveries creeping in now, and the score has just marched onto 50. 51 for 1 at the moment from the Sri Lankan batters, and this is how they've managed to get it done. Hansika, the main batter for them right now, since Atapattu departed early without scoring. Hansika batting not out on 22. Polgampala having taken a lot of time, Scott Ryan, and batting at 13. 16 extras for now already bowled, and largely a good bowling performance from Shibnam Ismail. 5 overs, a maiden, hasn't picked up a wicket because she's been unlucky, but Marizan Cap has been exceptional. Kaka and Daniels just leaking a few runs.
Well. This is a sight you need to take a look at. Look who's dancing. Look who's there. Come on. She was yearning to go there. Will you believe it? She was telling me she loves it. And there she goes. There she goes. Well done. Well done. I think she's looking for a way to join them. She just got over the short ball. Let's see what she does here. Right. So she's got something to take home with her. Keep going, Ebony. That's one of our co-commentators, former England cricketer. Ebony Rainford, enjoying herself in the sun. and also joining in the band and the dancing group, just enjoying themselves. Don't like to go there, Anjum?
I have already been told that I have to join them. It was just a stint of my commentary had come in. Otherwise, I would have been there dancing much earlier.
We're going to
and dance with the guy who's standing right in the row, the first, the lady in the first.
We're going to keep an eye out for you
Absolutely.
dancing.
You can't miss it. That's the excitement that the sport brings together. And look at Ebony. Oh, my word. No wonder I didn't spot her coming out of the commentary room, because she danced down. Didn't want to miss a single moment of this. She knew the drinks is coming up, so she's going to get an extended time to go out there and dance and make sure others join her as well.
Well, imagine both of you dancing there, and we'll be dancing here. Myself and David. Look at that. Look at her go.
Look at the energy.
My goodness me. Look at that one in that red cap. Oh, my goodness. Great energy.
Oh, yeah, they love it. They love their cricket in Sri Lanka. And if you can get someone like Ebony join them, the fun just doubles up. Ooh, that's a high five. And it's time to come back to cricket, where Tane van Niekerk, the skipper of the South African ladies, has decided to take the mantle on her own and replace Moselene Daniels from the far end. She's got a relatively relaxed field. When I say relaxed, there's no catching positions for her in slips or gully. So she's got 4 fielders inside the ring on the offside, saving a single, and 3 inside. But on the onside as well, there are 2 patrolling the boundary, a long leg and a deep mid wicket. So regulation field just for Danae to get her bowling at the right areas, long leg and deep mid wicket for that bad ball that can be taken to the cleaners by the left-hander, especially the sweep shot, giving that a protection on the onside. But that's a better delivery. She keeps that line and length. I'm sure she's going to protect that fielder at mid wicket being busy.
Do you think this is the right choice with 2 left-handers batting? A leg spinner coming on. Of course, he doesn't turn much, but I would like to see an off-spinner with 2 left-handers. So unless they don't have one.
They've gone in with Sunil Loose today. She's also a leg spinner. So they don't have an off-spinner in the ranks, the South African girls. And that's a strange choice considering that Sri Lanka has at least 4 top order bats who are left-handers.
Over or to the left of mid-on, and that will go away to the boundary. That's a good shot. Hansika looking to take the aerial route, be a bit aggressive. Very safe shot with the ball spinning back at her, and in the end wide of mid-on.
It's a good shot also because that's the fielder which she missed by a big distance. She just had to clear the mid-on fielder which was inside the ring and avoid the deep mid-wicket, because the deep mid-wicket fielder is pretty straight on. It's more of a field which is there to protect that heave over the mid-wicket cordon. Aggression to finish off the over. 17 gone, 55 for 1. Marshalling her troops, Tane van Niekerk having a little chat with the wicketkeeper Trisha Shetty. 52 of 101 balls already. Pauline Gampola with 44 to her credit, just scoring 13. 26 runs for Hansika in her 55. As another change comes in, Sunil Loose, the leg spinner, starts coming in to bowl from the pavilion end.
Let's see how much of variety the South African spinners have with the left hand. Oh, that ball spun back. She should have anticipated that, knowing that this is a leg spinner. She was rooted almost to a crease. It was almost a defensive length, just pushing on the back foot.
Just looking more comfortable, these two, Polygampola and Hansika, ready to push the fielders by dashing down the other end, picking up singles. Oh, that's a poor delivery. If it doesn't reach the fence, I'll be surprised. Very poor delivery from Sunelus.
Sri Lanka cashing in. This is the point I was trying to make with two left-handers in. Teams without variety, particularly off-spinners, are going to struggle. And if you have an excess of leg break bowlers, then at what point are you going to bowl? And I mean, on a bad day, you'll be bowling to left-handers all the time.
And I agree with you there, because you've got two left-handers in operation from either ends, and that's a poor, very, very poor throw from Marizanne Cap at the short mid-wicket region. Mistakes happening in the field now.
Yeah, South Africa seem to have losing the plot here. Now, is there a need for her to throw? No need at all. No need at all. The batter was in, and she should also be mindful of the fact that the reaction time is very little for the fielder on the offside. Bowler was in no position to stop it.
They're pretty loose right now, the South African girls.
Oh, good cricket. Very sensible. Makes it difficult for a leg spinner to bowl when you place shots like that, just moving inside the line, moving towards the off stump and working it behind square leg. Just playing it with the turn. This is where variety matters as a leg spinner. The googly, the straighter one, just to try and confuse the batsman or batter. Another poor delivery. That has to be a wide. Has to be wides. Unless there was bat. Let's see.
Oops.
What will she signal? Oh, she's calling it bias. How can that be? That's spinning down the leg side. That was outside the leg stump. This is poor umpiring. Sorry. If that isn't a wide, what is? How can that be bias? Then it has to be the batter.
Moselene Daniels, the fielder at the long leg region, out of those 6 deliveries, had to run around for 3 of them. So she's done her sprinting for that over. I only hope the skipper doesn't call her to come and bowl this over. Look at that, 18 extras, 9 wides, 7 leg byes, and to add to it, the 2 byes that have just been declared in the previous over. Tanay Vanikak to continue from the far end. What on earth is happening there with the South African ladies? They need a regroup. What do they have at drinks? And that quick single taken in there, but what happened there 2 balls ago? Just look at it. Chennai outside the off stump and a simple push to the point region. Easy pickup should have been there for Liselli, and Mignon Dupree backing up, ended up being in the straight line and missing the ball.
It's been that kind of a day for South Africa. They've been missing a lot. They've been a bit untidy with their out cricket. The bowling hasn't been great, as you very correctly touched on the wides they bowled. And just going down the leg side, fielding has been poor. And also the captaincy is questionable, as you said. 2 leg spinners at the same time with 2 left-handers batting. This is where you need a little bit of thinking, smartness. You would have used up a seam bowler and a leg spinner, maybe. but you don't bowl similar bowlers.
That was definitely a lucky one for Danay. Not been declared a wide. 19 gone, 69 for 1. What probably has happened right now is that with the double change coming in after the two quicks, Marzan Cap and Shibnam Ismail being replaced by Kaka and Daniels at either ends, both not hitting the perfect line and length, it's just prompted the skipper Danay to get in for a double change. And that double change, luckily or unluckily for them, is both in the form of leg spinners. Even though she wouldn't have wanted both of them to operate at the same time, but she's just forced to make that change.
See, Anjum, I'm sure you'll agree that cricket has evolved so much that teams and captains have enough information about the opponents. So the South African captain should have obviously visualized and planned for a situation like this, knowing another poor delivery, knowing that the top three, or could be trouble here, could be trouble. With the top three Sri Lankans being left-handers, she should have planned for this situation. And she should have known the number of lefties in the Sri Lankan side. So this is being smart. You know, you need to be smart as a skipper.
Couldn't agree more. That should have been an easy wicket, and unfortunate for her. I don't think it carried.
I think a stronger batting side would have made minced meat out of this bowling. That should have been sailing over the pickets, but instead very nearly caught and bowled. I think a side like India or even the own South African batsmen would have enjoyed this bowling. But on the contrary, I'm surprised at the attitude of the Sri Lankan batters. How did she miss that? Just spinning down the leg side. This has been poor batting and bowling. Sorry to say that. Bowling is bad and batting, Polgam has been even worse.
Any comments about the fielding, Roshan?
I'm talking about this particular over. 20 overs gone, 69 for 1.
Hey, we got you dancing.
Oh, yeah.
We showed everyone.
Well, tell us what you really think, Roshan. Yeah, we've had it's been one of those days today, hasn't it, with drop catches and sometimes you can see the bit of bad play leads to a bit more bad play, and it all gets a bit scrappy. But we've been rejoined by Ebony Rainford-Brent after a little jig down there on the boundary. It's pushed into the onside for a single. You didn't know the camera was on, did you?
The camera was on.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I thought. Oh, thanks for that. Was that you, the culprit, selling me down the river there?
Oh, great moves down there.
This is it's been a frustrating day here for both teams. None have really played to their potential. I think this is potentially down to fitness as well. Both these teams played a lot of games now. And I just wonder as well whether...
I think Sri Lanka are in a strong position here. You know, that's a pretty good base, 70 for 1 after 20 overs. And yes, the cricket has been scrappy. Oh, there's the second wicket. Looking to sweep a straight one. And finally, Pola's innings is over. She struggled right from the start.
She's tossed that right. She's gone really far across her crease, then played the wrong shot really. That ball was way too full. She would have had to look to paddle. Pola has taken her time there for her 15, but just a poor shot selection, and Van Niekerk will be desperate for that wicket.
You would have to say tactically that it was almost to South Africa's advantage that she stayed in there. She had an awful amount of luck first ball. She had a very, very good LBW shout. She should have been run out. She should have been caught at first slip. She's finally gone 15 off 57 deliveries. That's the first wicket for the South African captain. So, new batter coming out.
Yeah, Dilani Manodara to come in. One of the first right-handers I think we've seen of today as well. There's been plenty of left-handed batters, so this might just cause a little bit of difficulty there, but well done to the captain. They needed a breakthrough. South Africa have been poor in the field. They've dropped catches, bowled a lot of extras, so they needed something just to stem that flow, because Sri Lanka, well, looking very comfortable there at 70 for 1.
Just
Manodara to come in. They look much more confident against the spin. So this might be a positive start here.
I think that's a good start, and I from the way she was batting, I don't think it's a big loss that Pole Gunpola's back in the pavilion. She wasn't making good progress. She was struggling throughout her innings.
Manodara has not scored a load of runs here. She's picked up a 53 not out against Ireland, but then hasn't added much to the scoreboard. So it'll be important for her as one of the experienced players to settle in. Good bowling. Nicely above the eye line there.
Interestingly, a little bit of spin as well. We see that later with the Sri Lankan spinners. That's turned, doesn't it?
Most spin we've seen all day.
You can hear a little bit of sound in the background, and that's where the dancing's going on. And
oh no! Look at the face.
That's not a Sri Lankan on the end there in the white, is it? That's not one of the. Oh, some good moves.
The
there.
shoulder shuffles were going. I can't believe you caught that on camera. Thanks for that, Dave. Well, the atmosphere is incredible over there. They're absolutely loving it.
You looked as though you were absolutely loving it as well.
Well, I only went over to actually just record them dancing and seeing what they're all about, but actually it ended up turning out that they said get away, get involved. I got a pom-pom shoved in my hand pretty quickly, and that was it, really. So it was really good fun, really nice people out there.
And adding some great atmosphere as well, which is nice today, because the crowds haven't been big for these games, and when you get a little bit of noise, a little bit of atmosphere, and a little bit of support for Sri Lanka, it's great.
Should have been put away there. Big full toss, and Hansika wasn't able to put that away. I tell you what, though, it is hot out there, and they've been going now for an hour and a bit. That takes some energy and some doing.
There's some good moves going on down there as well. A little bit too quick for you,
yeah,
wasn't it?
It started off quite sort of slow and sort of waltzing almost, and then all of a sudden it went a bit quick, and I couldn't keep up. They've definitely got some brilliant energy out there. But nice support for the Sri Lankans. Lots of shouts of Sri Lanka while in that little huddle. So they should, because Sri Lanka are nicely placed at the moment. Like you say, 72 for 2. Not going very quickly, but they have plenty of wickets in hand.
I think they are. I'd worry if, from a South African point of view, if Sri Lanka were to post 220. I think we saw the other day that South Africa didn't look that great chasing, did they? A lot depends on Lizelle Lee, of course, at the top of the order. She comes off then. Makes any target look pretty small.
This could be not picked up cleanly by Wolfart. Yes, it could be a misfield. We saw she had a poor drop catch in the game against India. So I think it's fitness that must be playing a part here. It's been a long tournament. Both teams have played about 5 games now. Maybe the heat's starting to get to them, but these standards need to be improved for South Africa.
start of the tournament, they're playing back-to-back matches in the same sort of heat. And in that first game that we saw South Africa play, they looked good. They looked really good in the field, and they looked a class apart from the other teams that we'd seen. We made the point with India that perhaps the Indian fielding was going to cost them 20 runs a match against South Africa, and against obviously the top 4 teams in world cricket as well, perhaps even more. But we saw against India in that game, South Africa poor in the field. Wondered, well, was the occasion getting to them playing to India? Doesn't get hold of that one.
Yeah,
but then again today, you can hardly say it's the occasion today, can you?
No, I think it's a wearing tournament, and also, a lot of players will be out here with niggles. There'll be plenty of strapping on under the clothing, and sometimes you find that you start a tournament with maybe a minor quad injury, and it just keeps going and going. The physio does all the work to try and keep you ticking, but it starts to impact you under the heat, under the wear and tear of the games. And standards can drop, and I think that's what we're seeing from the South Africans today.
Days off between games, though. Chance to get a little bit of a massage or something and get the old muscles loosened up. Slow. The run rate definitely slowed these last 2 or 3 overs. Sonny Losers bowled far too many full tosses and got away with it. Nice little touch there.
Just even, they look flat in the field as a whole as well, whereas before we might have seen them whizzing about. Just less energy there. This is one of the younger players. He's just coming in now to a little leg slip catching position, which might be a good move actually, just to... Oh, even a slip for the new batter, sorry, Manadara. Left hand, right hand combination. So, short extra cover and a slip. Excellent fielding. Ishmael in the covers. Poor decision. That was just kamikaze from Manadara. But we have to say that fielding was excellent.
It was excellent fielding, but there's not half a run here, is there? Look, crack it straight to the field. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, and gone by a good half a metre there. Desperate dive, was never going to get in there. And to be fair, Manadara there, she turned round to her partner and just put her hand up and said, yeah, that was me, stupid. And that'll make that'll at least make Hans Seeker feel a little bit better if she was feeling bad, but that was just a crazy run.
That was, well, the good news for her is at least she ran herself out, because if she would have ran her partner out, I think there would be very little talking going on in the changing room. But it looks like it's going to be Wera Cody coming in. Another left-hander, but let's just look at this. I think the key for me, what I liked actually, is Ishmael very quickly, as soon as the ball got hit firm out to it. Look at this, excellent position, and let's go so quickly. And we talk about getting it into that keeper. That was about 10 centimetres from the stumps. That was perfect. Easy for Trisha Chetty to do the cleaning up. And we talked about South Africa wearing. I think Ishmael's definitely one of the fitter fielders out here.
Quiet little tickle and a scrappy throw.
There she is. Like we say, maybe one of the fitter ones, moved very nicely. Very quick release. And those small margins make the difference. If she would have fumbled or didn't get it in clearly, that might have been a different decision. Seeing some turn here, aren't we, David?
We are seeing some turn, and it's going to make South Africa's chase, whatever they're chasing, quite interesting, because of course the Sri Lankans do have some good spin bowling. And again, there's a shout for LBW there, and all sorts of excitement going on. I think it was striking just outside the line if we look, and
or maybe turning a little bit much as well.
yeah.
Well, seeing a bit more life in it for Sri Lanka, South Africa even at the moment.
Quietly turned for a single. But with that sort of turn, we saw cracking delivery from Van Niekerk, pitching on middle, spinning past the edge and taken by the keeper. There, the ball jagging back in. That was to the right-hander. There, jagging back in to the left-hander. Down the pitch. Not really getting hold of that.
Well, Hansika doing the graft work at the moment, joined by Prasadani, who got a nice 45 against Pakistan. Nicely chipped in for an easy single. Laura Wolfhart has had a really, really poor couple of days. We saw she dropped an absolute sitter in the match against India, and today she's just fumbled. I just feel as well, as one of the younger players, it's important that you actually show your dynamism and your athleticism. But maybe the tournament is just wearing on her. She hasn't picked up the runs that she might have been looking for as well, and sometimes these tournaments become tough game after game. Well, those standards just need to step up.
She is one of the younger players in the South African side, though, so as you say, you haven't got that experience perhaps of having played one or two of these tournaments and knowing how to drag it back when you're having a couple of bad days. It can, the momentum of a tournament can just sort of, once it starts going against you, it's hard to turn it round. Once the momentum is going with you and your scoring runs are great, you just can't wait for that next match, can you?
Yeah, I completely agree there, and it's cricket's such a mental game as well. This time, she's been an opening batter and got a couple of starts, but hasn't gone the way she would like, and that will be in the back of her mind that she's not contributed as how she'd have liked. And then you might bring that out to the game. It does play on your mind as well. I remember a lot of times, if you haven't performed when you've had a bad series, and then the energy just around the team can just start to shift.
Hansika needs to be careful as well here, because she's just getting a little bit frustrated. And going to go for a silly run there. She's got to 40. She's done the hard work. She should, 4 or 5 overs. We've just seen just 7 runs from the last 4.5 overs. Needs to perhaps just say, well, I'll wait. I've got plenty of time. Another 25 overs. We're just reaching halfway. Looks much stronger on the onside.
And this is mostly going to be the crucial period of play. Last ball of the over for Van Niekerk.
Frustration can bring a wicket. Building the pressure here, South Africa. That's the end of the 25th over, so that's halfway through the innings. Of course, if the run rate continues like this, which it won't, you can see the projected scores there at the bottom. There are the of the wickets. Atapatu going very early. LBW. Polgampola, well, she rode her luck, didn't she? She had a few lives, 15, and Manodar we just seen run out. There's the bowlers, 6 used so far. And it's soon on and takes the wicket with a full toss down the pitch. And that is a very, very soft dismissal. She's almost turned that into a sort of waist-high full toss and just patted it straight to Van Niekerk. That's, well, very poor. Thank you very much, says the skipper. And the fourth wicket goes down. After that good start, Sri Lanka in danger of giving that away. Cody. Oh, she'll be furious with herself there. Sunny Luce gets her first wicket. She's bowled a lot of full tosses, but my word, that could have gone anywhere. And to just pat one to short extra cover really is a problem. And there's Luku Surya. She's one of the more belligerent, exciting Sri Lankan batters. Now look at this. How poor was that, Anjum?
Terrible. Terrible cricket. Full toss, you play it straight to the short extra cover. No, that's definitely not even a practice shot. And especially not from a batter of Virat Kohli's stature, who scored a 45, a match-winning 45 against Pakistan just 2 days ago.
I think that was on the awful end of terrible, actually. That ball spinning away, no run there. And Seeker's still there, though.
How on earth would you be planning to go out there and score when you have such poor shot selection coming from your batters who've just won you matches a few days ago? I'm surprised. I'm really surprised by the expression of both Sri Lanka and South Africa players.
She caught in two minds there, maybe. She could possibly have hit that over the top of the short extra cover. And just sort of thought, oh no, I won't, and checked it and pushed it. And shocking.
First ball of Sunny Luce is over. This is the ball that she bowled. A full toss with a crow going right between that, missing that ball. But look at that shot from Virat Kohli. Straight to the skipper, Dane, on a ball which should have just gone past the ropes.
She almost hit it anywhere, that, couldn't she? And there you go. The pressure now right back on Sri Lanka. And they were 70 for 1. They were looking very comfortable indeed, but now those wickets falling.
I agree. For any batter, when you see a rank half a ball, a full toss ball being thrown at you, you can just play it anywhere. It's definitely easy to say that. I've hit more than one full tosses straight to the fielder, but it's always easy to say that. But having said that, a leg spinner bowling to a left-hander and you get a gift like that, you definitely don't want to miss that.
We saw a crow flying across there. I don't think the crow was anywhere near in her eye line to put her off. I don't think she could use that when she gets back to the dressing room as an excuse.
Oh yeah.
You mean to say that the leg spin delivery that came was above the eye level? Is that to be too specific, David?
The crow was definitely above the eye line.
Hansika. She got a 37 in the game against Pakistan 2 days ago. She's the lone ranger who's been out there since the start of the game. 84 deliveries, 85 now that she's already faced.
Yeah, ladies, dots here.
And a partner at the other end, Shani Lokusurya. 65 she got. Hasn't begun the scoring till now, but it'll be up to these two.
Well, we haven't had any sort of a run now for 16 deliveries. So the pressure really building on Sri Lanka and building on Hansika. Tickles that one round the corner, can't do anything there. The South African leg spinners really putting a break on the scoring here. 3 consecutive maidens, you don't want that in the middle of the innings. But maybe Loku Surya can get things going. She can give it a whack. Just giving that one a whack down to deep backward square, just a single.
Loku Surya is one batter that can really hit the long ball. She has that kind of a role and she has that kind of an ability as well. The one who's a non-striker right now opened her account. And if she can manage to stay and string together a partnership, especially till the end of the 50th over, I'm sure she's going to give a lot of trouble to the South African bowlers. You need someone to just rotate that strike. Hansika has been out there. If she becomes a senior partner and rotates the strike, I'm sure Loku Surya will have ample time to settle in and avoid hitting those big shots.
Struck that one nicely, but straight to the fielder again, and it's angling, trying to get that through mid-wicket. Got that one away. Only the one though.
What has happened in the women's game is when they lose a few quick wickets, it just goes back into their shell. Rather than coming out there and keeping the momentum going, if they've picked up singles or twos early on, the momentum just shifts back to the team which is picking wickets.
That's unlucky. That's hit a bobble and gone over the top of the fielder, and going to come back for a couple of runs. So a bit of good fortune. That was going straight to cover. Now have a look at this. I don't know what it's hit. A little bobble there somewhere and goes there. Fielder net. Whoa! What do you do with that? No way of stopping those. Didn't quite reach the boundaries. It just hit an old footmark or something in the wickets there. Bonus couple of runs for Sri Lanka. They need them at the moment. Last 8 overs they've just scored 11 runs and lost 3 wickets, so the momentum really with South Africa.
The series between South Africa and Sri Lanka over the years has been a pretty competitive one. They've not had scores in excess of 220s, 250s in either of the games. They've been low scoring encounters. That should be a 4. Well shot, well placed, well positioned.
Oh, he's just got it out of the grasp of Kaka there, the fielder at square leg. Look at this again. Oh my word. Might have had to redo our nail varnish after that one.
What I liked about that shot is that she had ample time to go across and she didn't try to hit it hard. She knew she had to clear the square leg fielder, so the implementation was good.
That's nice. Through the gap.
The series, as I was mentioning, David, has been pretty competitive. The ICC Championships started way back in 2014 and South Africa was playing Sri Lanka, with one game being finishing up as a no result. They had a series draw of 1-1. One game apiece to either of the sides. That happened here in Sri Lanka, in their subcontinent. And the reason that I'd say it's not a very high scoring game is because the the teams do rely on their spinners, both Sri Lanka and South Africa. And we see why they've been close contests.
Be interesting to see how South Africa chase on this pitch that is taking spin, and you would expect maybe just to die a little bit in the afternoon. Maybe get a little bit slower.
Oh, cleaned up. Dancing down the track in no position whether she wanted to hit it or stop that ball. Ihsani Loksurya misses a straight ball, and the skipper picks up her second wicket. A straight ball
York
and going straight through.
Yeah, she's turned that one into a Yorker. She's got down to the pitch, and well, 3 runs. She's a dangerous batter, Loksurya, but she's not going to be able to do any damage today back in the dressing room. So Van Niekerk, she's doing the damage. 4 wickets now have fallen for 16 runs since that 20th over. Wheels really coming off this Sri Lanka innings. The band's gone quiet as well. Let's have a look at that again. It's if you see down the pitch attacking, but you'll notice she just gets there, turns that into a Yorker, and would have been far better placed just to have stayed where she was. It would have been a half volley, but there we go. New batter Pereira taking guard. Asini Pereira. Another left-hander. Plenty of left-handers in this Sri Lanka side. All coming down at the moment. To Hansika, the opener, 48. Big chunk of this 86 for 5. She's got a lot of work to do. There's the skipper. She'll be feeling pleased with life at the moment. 2 for 13. Excellent leg spin bowler. Excellent fielder. Not the worst bat either. Good all-round cricketer. Got to do a bit of work on her ponytail though. There's plenty of girls in the this South African side with the ponytails. Sunny Lou's included. She's about to continue. Stumped, and it's all going wrong for South Africa, for Sri Lanka. It's all going fantastically well. Again, down the wicket, and Hansika, look, and again she's there, misses it. It's stumping. That was not an easy one because that was spinning, and Trish Chetty taking that. The bails are off, and the wheels are off as well for this Sri Lanka innings. That's Hansika gone. She'd been there from the start, and well, we're going to have 2 new batsmen in. Pereira has just faced the one delivery, and this 7th wicket pair are going to have a lot to do. It was looking so good for Sri Lanka. The platform was there, the base had been built, the foundations were in place, and now in the space of the last 10 overs they've lost 5 for 16. Here's Wirakodi.
A regulation leg spin delivery. Tossed up, turning in. Missing a straight ball again. The left-hander, she had stood her ground. It would have been an easy single. Placing it to the square leg region. Not keeping an eye on the ball and getting dismissed for 48.
Extraordinary collapse here. 5 for 16 in 9.1 overs. Dearie me.
Look at that pot on the screen. We'll tell you the exact story, what David has been speaking about. The collapse of the Sri Lankan batting. 17 runs in the last 10 overs and 5 wickets they have lost. That's the collapse. Never seen that happen in a must-win encounter for either of the sides.
And the bowling has been steady. There's been some spin there for both the leg spinners, but Sunny Liu's particularly has bowled a succession of full tosses and got away with them. Short deliveries like that, relatively got away with that one. It's just eased out to deep backward square for a single. Haven't taken advantage against the spin of the...
Not at all. In fact, the time when the two quicks, Cap and Shivnam Ismail, were bowling, that was the time that there were more opportunities which seemed that Sri Lankans missed out because they were missing the ball rather. But after that, once the spinners came in, I thought they had a real chance of settling in. But look at that stat, 17 runs in 10 overs and 5 wickets at a time when two left-handers should have played shots just the way Hasini has played right now. More shots like this would have helped them score and increase the scoring rate rather than number of wickets going down.
Nice way to get off the mark there at the end of the 30th over, but it's damage limitation at the moment for Sri Lanka. They've got to look to perhaps now get to 180, 190. That target of, or the potential as we thought of getting past 200, now looking at a very long way away. And a lot of that down to this woman there, Van Niekerk. She's bowled superbly, bowled well throughout this tournament. Flicking the ball from hand to hand, trying to get things right for the left-hander. Just getting ready for the new over from the leg spinner. Getting ready for a change in the commentary box here with Ebony Rainford-Brent moving back in, and she'll be joined shortly by Roshan.
Yeah, Sri Lanka really given this away. I mean, incredible position they were. It's pretty much only one down, two down for 70, and then have just collapsed. It's incredible to think that as well, just seeing that last wicket, the batsmen finding themselves playing all round a ball which really you would have expected should have got in line with. Playing in home conditions as well. Let's just have a little look at this here. Look at this ball turning into this should have been something that she got in line with, just completely foxed, playing all around it.
I think that footage has to be protected. It's a very rare dismissal of a left-hander being stumped off a leg break.
You've got to get something in line, haven't you? But if you notice as well, she was standing on the leg stump, so exposing herself really.
See, I've seen tail-enders being dismissed like that. I've seen tail-enders who can't really hold a bat being dismissed by worse deliveries. But I mean, someone batting in the top 7 or 8, you wouldn't expect a dismissal such as that. 91 for 6, 31 overs gone. What's the logic about facing leg spin?
Yeah, let's just
if you're a left-hander.
Yeah, well, you should be getting in line, so it's a bit like a right-hander. Look at this. Here, there's a lot of room. Here, she's gone completely across herself, played through the line. She's actually the last minute as well. The bat's gone across herself, just left poor technique all around. Foot movement, the use of the bat should have been. At least when you see that it's turned and you're not quite there, you get something on it.
Get your pad out.
Yeah. Well,
forget about the bat, because lots of options when you're facing a leg spinner as a left-hander. And mind you, we're not talking about a leg spinner who's bowling a googly. We're talking about a very one-dimensional bowler who's just spinning it back. So, I mean, if you face this kind of bowler for an over, you know what she's bowled. So, that's poor cricket. That's poor cricket. They'll get a couple of runs. Might be even a boundary. Who knows? She gets it just inside the line. They'll come back for no, just 2. See, I would put this down to very poor passage or passage of very poor cricket, where the Sri Lankans virtually surrendered from 70 for 1 when they should have built on the agony for South Africa with so many left-handers in the side. They could have just ridden on the South African leg spinners.
The issue also as well is for Sri Lanka that the batter that went, Hansika, was their real only batter who'd been there this morning. She'd picked up 48 and was going nicely. So now it's exposed 2 new batters to the crease, and we're really starting to get into the real lower order now.
And what I've seen about the South African leg spinners now is that they're bowling with greater variety or greater loop, greater control. The dip is there. And rather than just looping and bowling full tosses, you would see that the ball dipping and dropping on the batsman. So they seem to have got into a rhythm. And that was loved by the Sri Lankan batters. But that's the type of ball I'm talking about, that last ball. Nice dip. Good flight and dip, a couple of runs with no slip. But there's far greater control and rhythm now in the South African bowling, particularly in the spinners. And in the 32nd over, Sri Lanka going at a reasonable rate of 3 runs.
Shripali Wirakodi just trying to settle in. Ambitious shout. Oh, and given.
That cannot be out. That cannot be out.
Wow.
That cannot be out. That's a poor decision. At least that's how I saw it. She was on the front foot. Look, let's see where it strikes her. Reasonable stride.
And lots of turn. This is what we're seeing here. That was, I mean, look at where the keeper's even taken the bounce off the pads.
The outside of the pad, not the inside. That's a poor decision.
That's not great.
Appalling decision. Appalling decision.
Oh, Wirakodi is gone. And well, the luck for Sri Lanka is just petering away here. But they will feel frustrated. I suppose it balances out because we saw an LBW earlier that we felt should have gone South Africa's way, and now, well, this one was a bit of a gift. But Prabodani coming in now, more of a bowler, not so much someone who will be here. We're expecting to stay around, but just look at this again, really poor. And look at this, Claire Polaski.
Oh, that's a poor decision.
That's turned absolutely miles. I mean, look where Chetty has caught that ball. That has got to be an indication. She's caught that on about 2 strips away from the main.
So that's been given LBW. LBW. No, that was been given LBW, not a catch. See
but I'm just saying, even now, if we look at the strip, where the keeper caught it, we can't actually see on the screen because it was so wide, because that showed where the ball was going.
.96 for 7. Sri Lanka has fallen away after a very fine start, particularly the second wicket. What's that? You're saying that's gone behind? If it is so, they would do this. If they would do that, umpire would always think they give an LBW, they do this. They'll tell you what you give it out to. So, unless they missed it.
Nice, keep the dots here, go.
Yeah, it's been given caught check. Well done, baby.
That's it, Aneki. That's it, Aneki.
So I think
You guys, ladies. No.
well, let's take a look at the last wicket again. We were all gaga when that was given out LBW. But we've been now told that it was given out caught behind. But let's see whether it brushed something. I'm not sure of that either.
That's, I mean, a pad always indicates that it balloons up. And we just saw that go up that ballooned very high, which indicates pad. It's difficult to tell.
Isn't this game still says that benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman or batter? So there was a reasonable amount of doubt there.
See if we can see it from another angle here. From mid-wicket. There we go. Nothing. The bat completely turned.
Yeah, you cannot. There's no chance. You just cannot give that out. You need more equipment to try and understand that. You may need a snicko, you may need even hotspot to be absolutely sure. I mean, in situations like that, you would expect the umpire to give the benefit to the batter.
In some ways as well, from the position it was, you almost feel the square leg umpire might have seen it better if the bat was out, but clearly on that replay there was no connection with the bat at all.
Now Sri Lanka's best chance will be to try and bat out the 50 overs, though I'm not sure that they can last that long.
I think it'll be a challenge, massive challenge. Sune Loose, well done to her. She's come back in. She got dropped in the last game and they brought in the off spinner, Yolani, but she's come back. She picked up 3 wickets in her last game against Bangladesh, and now again another 3 first, so she'll be making her case to the captain. She's getting some good purchase.
Now that's slipping down the leg side. That was short, a poor delivery.
Just died a little as well off the pitch, didn't it?
Well, I get the feeling that this pitch is slowing down a lot. So now they look very wide of the crease, so the angle will take it down, always down the leg side. So on a pitch that's kind of slowing down and giving a reasonable amount of assistance to the spinners, maybe 160 would have been an interesting score to defend. Sri Lanka is not going to get anywhere close. 98 for 7 in the 34th over. In fact, 34 overs completed, or 1 more ball to go.
Big edge there. Is it going to race away? Big chase there for Lizelle Lee. She just pulls it in before. She's done really well. And a decent throw back into the keeper. Well hustled there. Let's just have a quick look at that end of the over. Here we go, just a big, thick outside edge, sliced. But here, let's see Lizelle Lee. She puts in some good energy towards the back end there, chases it to the last moment, slows up, and just pulls it back before. Excellent bit of work there. Well, the captain to continue. She'll be pleased that they've been able to find a way back into this game. Sri Lanka were really in the ascendancy, but now they've got to 100, which is at least something on the board. So 100 up, an important milestone here for Sri Lanka. You hope that if they can get to 140, it gives them something. That's a long way from here.
Oh, nice, Anik. It's coming, go. Nice, Anik. Walk the dots, go.
Sri Lankans can only blame themselves. I mean, disappointed with the way they've batted.
I think fitness has come into play for both teams. We've seen the standards just dropping.
We're talking about international teams. We're talking about the national teams. Teams that are trying to compete at a World Cup. And if you play such poor cricket at these stages, I mean, people could always come up with various reasons such as pitches and, you know, the conditions. But then that's why you're a champion team. That's why you're a good team. You need to be able to cope with such conditions and win. That's the difference between an average team and a good team, or a good team and an extraordinary team.
I think for me, the thing that makes a difference is the depth. I think, for example, South Africa, I think we've seen 2 world-class opening bowlers who really got things off to proceedings. But then after that, maybe you don't have those strike bowlers who are that as, you know, experienced or as high level. And it's the same for the Sri Lankan batters. I think there's a couple, Atapattu, for example, Kushalia, a couple of batters that you'd really say they stand out. But that depth maybe starts to struggle. So a lot of work here to do for Prabodani.
Point.
So Dana Kirk will continue with the right hand on strike. She's got one ball to go. She's bowling with a slip. Now this is good captaincy. She's also brought in a short extra cover.
Oh yeah.
34 overs completed. 35 overs completed, 101 for 7.
It has been interesting watching the fielder that she has set. She's often had a ring field on that offside, even though she turns the ball away. But so far it's been working. Well, there she goes. She's going to have a quick drink, and I think they're going to have a good chat there. That's the end of her 10 over spells. Excellent economy, 1.4, and she's picked up 2 key wickets that have changed the course of this game. Her and Sune Loose have done the hard work. Let's just have a quick look at some of the action so far. Well, there's myself. I wasn't expecting to see that, but here we go. That was a good shot there, picked up for some runs. And then here we go. This is where we saw some of the captain doing the hard work, trapping a number of batsmen in front. This was the poor run out. Ishmael very quickly picked it up. Good work from Trisha Chetty, but that was kamikaze, and he felt that was the moment which changed the dynamic there for Sri Lanka. We saw a number of shots just chipped in easily into the captain.
Yeah!
And this is where we saw a number of balls missed, the balls starting to turn. That was the worst of them all. Ball turning back in and missing it. This was a poor decision from the umpire, given caught behind, but it was miles away there really. So let's just have a look at the mainstay has been Hansika. She's had to stay the whole innings, but after she was stumped by Loose, really it's been hard for anyone to chip in and score any runs. Roshan.
Yeah, she's got almost half of the runs, just under half, 48 out of 101 is so close. But just look at the rest of the Sri Lankan batting, all single figures, very little to write home about, so to speak. Paul Gampola, the only batter getting into double figures in that reasonably decent second wicket partnership. But then the South African spinners have just struck goal for them. And the South African bowling, at one stage we were a little bit surprised to see Loose and Vanya Kirk bowling in tandem. But look at the return. 2 leg spinners against left-handers, a 5-wicket haul in almost 19 overs.
And Sune Loose as well coming back in today. She'll be
well, talking about the highlights. This is the highlight. And this is Ebony special. Look at the movement. Look at the movement.
The shoulder shuffle. You said there was a sort of dance around here where you got to sway.
Well done, Ebony.
I enjoyed that. It's very hot out there though, Roshan.
That was indeed the highlight. So 101 for 7, 35 overs completed. We're into the last 15 overs. At what point do you think Sri Lanka will call for the batting power play? Well, I'm not so sure whether... Oh, is that the batting power play?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It is. It is the batting power play. So Sri Lanka had to take it anyway at this stage because they got to take it before the... It has to end before the 40th over. So Loose will continue.
The women's format still adhering to the old rules of the ICC playing conditions, having a power play which they can take at any point of time, else it comes in the 36th over.
Good shot. Very good shot. That's a rare boundary. Taken on the full with the long on fielder brought in almost halfway and chipping it over her.
A lot of batters sitting in the dressing room would have seen this shot and thought they should have played the shot exactly the same manner rather than getting back to the pavilion. Full toss delivery should have been put away.
More runs. This is in the gap. Down towards third man, a couple of runs at least. So useful runs for Sri Lanka in the first tour of the batting power play. The run rate just over 3 runs and over.
Just 3 fielders being allowed to stay outside the circle in this power play. Hasini batting out 15 along with Prabhudani. Again, a poor delivery. Not been able to take enough advantage of that again. Hasini.
She was trying to blast it. Timing was completely off. See, this is the problem. You get 6 runs of the first 3 balls and then you get nothing of the rest. So you've wasted virtually you haven't got added value or real value in terms of the runs. So 107 for 7, 36 overs completed.
Asunelus completes her bowling of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 40 runs and 3 wickets. She'll be happy with the 3 wickets, but definitely she will not be very pleased with the kind of loose delivery she's bowled. She's a much better bowler than offering those freebies to the batters, but will be pleased by picking up 3. Nobody likes the wickets column empty at the end of their 10.
So Ismail's back. Shabnim Ismail, quite pacey South African opening bowler. How old do you think Ismail must be? Late 20s?
Yeah, not very senior in terms of experience.
Yeah, but what's the real age that a fast bowler would start to mature? A women's fast bowler. Now, they say for a man, starts off with a good delivery. For a man, when you're about 21, 22, you really start to become strong. And that's what's been found out. That's what researchers prove. But what would you say? That's a good delivery, as I said. What would you say about the women? What kind of age would they kind of mature and become stronger?
I'll stick with the same analysis of the men's cricket. In addition to what you've said, yes, they do start becoming stronger. I always feel, and so does the research also prove, that the players over the age of, when they start getting near 30s, over the 28, 29 years of age, and just around the early 30 mark, that's when they are really in the peak of form. And that's where the experience kicks in, the skill kicks in, and you can be at your best. It's largely the same for a male cricketer and for a female cricketer.
Yeah, good to know that, because it's always interesting to understand how the females play the game, because it's something new.
I think fast bowling is all about getting selected early, picking the right talent very early, and giving them the right opportunity and the exposure early on, because fast bowlers are a rare commodity. The more they play, the better they become, and the more they play at a very young age, the better chances of having a long career ahead of them increases. With injuries coming in, with a lot of cricket around happening in world, it gives them a longer career if they start early.
So 108 for 7. 37th over. South Africa have dominated, particularly the middle part of the Sri Lankan innings.
And that's why in world cricket, if you look around, you'll see a lot of 17, 18, 19-year-old women cricketers who are picked and who are selected to play for the national sides, because that's where they spot the talent and are not shy enough from giving them a go. In a male cricket format, you'll have to pick up an exceptional talent to give them a go. But in the women's format, if you have a talented teenager, you wouldn't shy away from giving them a chance at the top level.
So this partnership is very important for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, this partnership has to develop, because I don't think anyone in the Sri Lankan dressing room right now would be really eyeing to get into their batting attire and get out there to bat for the next 12 overs. Thinking especially with the power play happening right now, they won't want to last there for next 10 overs or 12 overs if anybody has to get out now. Well, these two are the best bet. And that is definitely a freebie from Shabnim Ismail.
She doesn't believe it. Why? Why doesn't she believe in it? What's the problem?
She's just unhappy that the area where her front foot is landing at the crease while delivering the ball is just not at the best. Scruffing a bit up so that she can get a better delivery stride, a better control at the time of delivering the ball. She's just not comfortable in the footing.
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable complaint. But I was just wondering whether she was unhappy with that call, the white call, which went down the leg side. With that looked. So just take a look at these two balls ago. Did you really notice anything of an imbalance at the point she lands?
I didn't, but have to go by what the bowler was mentioning at that point of time, that she was unhappy, and one has to take that word from Shibnam Ismail, or any bowler rather, because they're the ones who feel it, how comfortable they are in their momentum just when they're delivering the ball or running up to the wickets.
So Marizan Cap, a very aggressive, strong South African fast bowler. Tends to hit the bat hard. South Africa obviously looking to try and finish off the Sri Lankan innings, bringing their two best bowlers back into the attack. Just trying to ensure that they go through the Sri Lankan low order. So that's a packed offside field with the left hand on strike. Also a gully. 3 on the leg side. She's very confident. Where did that pitch? That will be the key. If it's pitching outside the leg stump, it can never be out, LBW. I think it pitched outside the leg. That's what I thought. But you seem to have a different opinion.
And the reason for the different opinion is didn't have the best of angle closer enough as much as the umpire did.
That looked marginal. If you go to a DRS, it might be marginally pitching outside the leg stump. That's what I think. So let's give the umpire the benefit of the doubt.
Well, she has been the pick of the bowlers all day for me from South Africa. No doubt that when she comes back, the first ball she's on target. Those 4 overs were exceptional.
One thing that I haven't seen her do is to come round the wicket, even to a left-hander. She seemed to be sticking just to that over the wicket line.
I'm glad she's not doing that. The reason for that is she's not a big swinger of the cricket ball, especially when it comes to the older ball. She relies on pace and a good line and length. And I reckon her best chance of getting a wicket or even an LBW is staying over the wicket.
Even to a left-hander?
Oh, that's shoddy. That's again a fielding lapse. The fielder is raising her arm to apologise to the skipper and also to the bowler. But that was definitely a ordinary fielding effort.
Yeah, there have been a few ordinary fielding efforts like this from South Africa. Despite all that, it's just that the ball deflected off the captain. But despite all that, Sri Lanka have struggled. They haven't been able to capitalise or haven't been able to really gain something out of such mistakes. So you reckon even to a left-hander, Cap should remain over the wicket?
I would do the same, yes, for both a left and a right-hander, because when she's bowling closer to the stumps, and Cap likes to come closer to the stumps, she's not doing that right now, which means she's just concentrating on a strict line and length, wicket-to-wicket bowling off on middle line. And if you want to do that off on middle line more often, it's better that you stick over the wicket when the ball is not swinging that much. At least the option of picking up an LBW is always there when it's a fuller length ball.
I think the key word you mentioned was getting closer to the stumps. That's what she needs to do. So that last LBW we spoke of, which we thought pitched outside the leg stump, had to do because she was going wide. But had she been closer, the chances of that LBW being out would have been far greater.
And that's a brilliant point, Roshan, because we can maybe come back to that point after this ball and discuss that at length as to why and how many bowlers bowl close to the stumps. 38 gone, 112 for 7.
Let's take a look at the replay here. This is Cap. Look at the point she gets to the crease. And she's kind of in the middle. She doesn't get close. So, see, the point I was trying to make is, if, as you said, if you got closer, then the chances are that you'll be pitching wicket to wicket.
And when you see the side on, she's very relaxed. The load up is good. She's good in a delivery stride. She's way behind, so she's very safe from bowling a no ball. Not a big believer in a follow through. She likes to put everything in the delivery stride. And just a little getting closer to that stumps, I think will just encourage her to go out there and bowl in the line of stumps and be much better in line of picking up an LBW.
So, change of bowling. Ismail's taken off after 1 over. Kaka's back. She's bowling from the opposite end she bowled.
The last reason probably, or maybe another reason that I would feel she's not bowling close to the stumps, that is Marzan Cap, is because she doesn't have a good follow through. The danger of coming into the danger zone becomes more, and you can have a chance of the umpire asking you to stop bowling. So if you're staying away from the stumps, you go out and out. You don't go closer to the stumps and run straight down the wicket.
I agree. There are certain flaws in your technique. I do agree with what you say. There are certain technical deficiencies of bowlers in their action, the follow through, the point they land their feet. So what you say is right. So bowlers will be conscious of all that. Oh, is that taken? I think it is. Taken at point. Good catch. So the 8th wicket is down. Kaka's got a wicket. Sri Lanka, that's short and wide. Again, another hit me kind of delivery.
Ayabonga Kaka is known to coming back and breaking partnerships. A ball which should have been taken to the boundary is hit straight to Laselli at backward point region. Prabodhani walks back for 5. Sri Lanka 8 down for 112. The skipper Inoka Ranavira from Sri Lanka has to walk in much earlier than desired. And she's here because Ayabonga Kaka picked up the 8th wicket for Sri Lanka, from Sri Lanka with Laselli. Not the cleanest of catches. She struggled with one even in the match against India, but good enough to get the batter to walk back to the pavilion.
I've been just reminded by David, who's right behind me, that today was the day Sri Lanka played their first test match. Do you know where?
At the Sara Oval against Australia.
Against England. Keith
Against
Fletcher's England. Right here at this ground.
Yep.
And how excited were we? The president of the country was here. Young Arjuna Ranatunga as an 18-year-old from school. Sri Lanka lost the game by 7 wickets. After dominating England in the first innings. England had lost a series to India.
Yeah.
They were on the way here. Keith Fletcher captained that side. And they had a good side. I remember the names. David Gower was there. Graham Gooch was there just before he went to South Africa. Ian Botham was there. Bob Willis, Derek Underwood. John Embry was the one who really wrecked the Sri Lankans. For Sri Lanka was led by Bandula Varnapura, who himself captained and took a team to South Africa. Dulip Mendish, Roy Dias, Arjuna Ranatunga, then the spinners. Sri Lanka had some great spinners then. So what a test match that was. It was 5 days of real excitement. It was the first, it was televised by the newly opened a television channel, Sri Lanka Rupwahini, which which became the national TV. So the excitement, the buzz was great because Sri Lanka had been fighting and pushing for full member test status then. And India and Pakistan used to always support Sri Lanka.
Don't they still do?
They do. But then it was so vital. 112 for 8 because England and Australia had veto powers. So what happened was Alan Border's team was here on the way to England 1981 when they lost to Mike Brayley's team. So they lost to Sri Lanka here. And then Sri Lanka was invited to come and play a series of games against counties. All first class counties where the Sri Lankans did well. So all those factors plus the history of Sri Lanka had kind of helped Sri Lanka to finally gain full member status at the ICC, and that was a huge moment.
Indeed it is. For any nation to attain ICC status, I think it's definitely a big moment of pride for the nation, cricketing nation.
Yeah, Cap continues. Just dwelling a little bit more on that, I think we need to remember with gratitude one of the men who contributed tremendously was the late Gamini Disanayake, minister. He was the board president of the cricket board. He was one of the dynamic people of this country. Unfortunately assassinated by a terrorist bomb when he was contesting for presidency. But he did his bit for Sri Lanka in a big way, and he was instrumental. And I still remember Arjun Orantunga telling me that Gamini Disanayake was called upon to make a speech after the first test match in England in 1984 when Sri Lanka played at Lord's. And when he spoke, the entire audience just stood up and clapped. And Arjuna told me that was one of the days that he really felt proud as a Sri Lankan, to get your board president, a minister, speaking so eloquently and being applauded by the colonial masters, so to speak. So he should be remembered and will be remembered forever as long as Test cricket is played.
One 1 3 for 8. Sri Lanka in all sorts of trouble. Again a fuller length delivery. Not express pace, but missing the target.
This is the captain. She seemed to be in all sorts of trouble against the quicker bowlers looking for the Yorker. The Sri Lankan skipper, Ranavira, who's known for her left arm spin and really her skill as a batter. 2 balls to go. Oh, finds the outside edge. Useful runs down to third man. Sri Lanka will take that. Any run at this stage.
Everything right about that, but the fact that she found the gap. Ranavira found the gap between the gully and the wicket keeper.
That looked the cutter to me. She was just rolling her fingers on top of the ball, just looking to take some pace of the ball, and that's the reason why that she seemed to have played a little bit early and the ball just flew off an outside edge. Last ball of the 40th over. 117 for 8, 40 overs completed.
Overs remaining. Must try and scramble up if they can. I think you get 170, 180. That will be very useful. South Africa will be thinking, well, maybe we could bowl them out at this point. Get a bit of early lunch. Kaka fingers across the seam bowls, and that's pushed quietly into the offside. I think the plan here would probably be to look for the bad ball, hit the bad ball, push the odd single, bat for another 6 overs maybe, and then try and launch a little bit of something to get that to score towards 170, 180. And a swing and a miss outside the off stump. So we'll look, see how close this is. There you go. Oh, big waft, and just beating the outside edge. Been rejoined by Ebony Rainford-Brent.
Good to be back. And
what sort of score would you be looking at? I mean, it's a desperate position for Sri Lanka, isn't it?
yeah, you're right. It's a desperate position. I think if they could get to 140, 145, I think that gives them something to work with. This pitch is definitely turning more. We've seen more inconsistent bounce today, and I just feel with the way we saw South Africa bat against India, that actually batting on this pitch might not be as easy as we might think. It is dying. It is struggling a little bit. I think the captain's not known, Ranawira is not known for scoring runs as such, but we have seen a few runs in this tournament from Pereira. Scored a 34 against India and a 17 as well, so she's chipped in at the back end of the innings. So Hasini has got to do the hard work here, but you can see her side there looking a bit desolate. Fully understand why, because it's tough going right now.
Probably done enough to get on the plane to England this summer in winning a couple of games, beating Pakistan, beating Ireland.
Well, they finished bottom of the championship, but I think their form in this tournament actually has shown that they maybe have moved on. Obviously at home conditions do help.
Oh dear, bit of a yes no wait there. Maiden over, so no obvious runs on offer there, but still 2 wickets in hand.
The only issue Sri Lanka might have as well is we've seen spinners played a big part today. 5 wickets for Darnay, Van Niekerk and Sune Loose coming in. They've bowled a lot of seam in the last few overs. Just looking at that, a score of 117 for 8 at the end of 41. But they've got a lot of, they've only really got the captain who will bowl a bit of slow left arm. But they're bowling a lot of seam bowling. But talking about seam, we're seeing Shabnim Ismail come back. Unlucky in that first spell. She bowled some really excellent short balls, one that hit the helmet, one that was dropped at first slip. So she'll come in and want to have an impact. I wonder if she'll go aggressive. I think her best option to lower order batsmen is just to go full and hit the stumps.
Oh, maybe get him jumping around first. A lot easier to hit the stumps when the batsman's on the back foot. Back foot and edging away to square leg.
Let's just see how unlucky she was earlier today. Good ball, bent her back there, did all the hard work. And it was Sune Loose, I think, at the first slip there. Did the damage.
That's going to be a wide, I would think. No, she's got away with that. Yeah, but it was the shot that was played there was really just it. It was the sort of shot that coaches give catching practice to, don't they? You expect it to be caught every time before play begins, but
I would like to see Ismail look at coming around the wicket. I just think she could cramp these batsmen up for room. Even if you do bowl the short one, there's nowhere to go. Well bowled, an effort ball there. Can hear a good grunt in the old microphone. But look at these dot balls, they're just mounting up a maiden. Now 3 dot balls in this over. Rolled her fingers on that one. Out the back of the hand, maybe. Just trying to fox the batsman, showing that she's got a bit of variation. Let's just have a quick look at that. Just coming in and last minute bowling the off spinner. That is close. I feel there's a bit of bat on there. Did you hear a noise? Let's have a quick look.
I was thinking it was pitching outside.
David, I think you should be an umpire. You're not bad at this. Yeah. Using all that experience you have. Watching the game for a good few years.
I think you can substitute decades for years.
Well, end of the over, 118 for 8, 42 overs gone and into the last 8 overs. David, what do you expect to see? Do you think Sri Lanka will just...
I was just saying just before you came on air, I think the tactics here would be to nudge the ball around. If you get a rank bad ball, hit it. But for the next... You don't want to waste overs in a way. Just nudge it around 2 or 3 and over for the next maybe 5 overs, and then give it a bit of welly in the last 3. Or do you just go for it now, thinking, well, if we don't get to 170, we're not going to win anyway, so we may as well get bowled out? There are 2 different schools of thought, aren't there?
Yeah, I'd go with your first school of thought. I think just nudging it in around where you can find that. That single, but you're right. I think they need to save that dart towards the last couple of overs. You can lose 2 wickets very quickly, as we know, and it's a long way now between here and there. Maybe 8 overs to go, and if they can get anywhere near that 140 mark, I think that just gives them some sort of baseline to work with.
Sort of wide delivery outside the off stump and full. We really do need to be having a little swish at those. Get a bit of bat on it. It's away for runs. And fairly safe, no slips. Being pushed firmly, but can't beat the field. A couple of other games going on in the Super 6 today. Bangladesh women batting first against India, and they're having a bit of a struggle. They're 112 for 5 after 43 of their 50 overs. And Pakistan women going very well against Ireland, 226 for 2. Drive back to the bowler, well fielded. And they've still got another 8 overs there yet, so they could be looking at some score rattling on towards 280, maybe even as many as 300.
Ireland haven't clicked yet, have they, in this tournament? It's been very tough going, but look at that. The Pakistani batsmen have scored quite a few runs, actually, in the last few games. I feel the game we have India-Pakistan next up here could be a very interesting one if Pakistan are feeling the
they get a
momentum.
a little bit of bounce from that high score. Surprise to me that Pakistan lost to Sri Lanka the other day. I would have perhaps rated them just above Sri Lanka. It's a similar sort of level. I've made them favourites to win that. But Bangladesh and Ireland very much the 5th and 6th teams here in the Super 6.
Well, these batsmen taking their time here. Look at that one run in the last 3 overs. They're still there.
Yeah, when I said bat for 6 overs, I didn't mean just literally block it for 6 overs.
Well, Cap's having a good think here. Maybe not been able to be as effective in this last few overs. The ball isn't swinging like we saw for her in that first stint, but picked up that one very valuable over of Atapatu. The first couple of overs.
Short of a length there.
I think just rolling her wrist as well slightly on that delivery. When a batsman shuts up shop, sometimes it's hard to know how to get them out. It's easy when you know what zones they're going to look to hit the ball in. But these guys are really just grinding to a halt.
That's in the air. That's away to down to third man. Oh, that's a great stop. Excellent stop by Kaka there in the deep. And good relay throw. And that's South Africa at their best. Let's look at this again. Athletic fielding on the boundary. Good firm throw. Relay throw. And there we go. Excellent stop by Kaka. Quickly up. Oh dear. Bit of ice down though, obviously, when she was getting up, but now fierce throw coming in and nearly a relay run out, which would have been a cracking bit of cricket. So
well, that's we talked about their standards dropping today, but that's them at their best, like you say. I think she moves very well. She's an athlete, good mover. But the full stretch is the commitment, isn't it?
Yeah. We've seen that so often in this tournament. You've seen the dive on the boundary and the ball going through for 4, and that was a difficult one to stop. In the air and
that is Wolfer again, and just look at her face. She wants the world to swallow her up. Oh dear, she's had a shocking day, and now look at this. Times it nicely. She almost went too early, actually. But that is poor.
Marizanne is not amused.
Well,
She very nearly got hit by the throw in there.
I would not get anywhere near Cap, because she will be absolutely livid.
Cracked away again. That's going to reach the boundary this time, or is it? Yes, it's through the fielder down there at third man. She was a hero, and now she's gone to 0. So, well, that's a clumsy bit of fielding. That won't improve Marizanne Cap's.
Let's just have a look at this. Runs there. We saw Kaka do the hard work a few balls ago, and now look at this. She got into a good position and then just got stuck with her knee, didn't get around that ball. Oh, this has been a shocking over. Reasonably well bowled there. 126 for 8 at the end of 44, but let's look at the drop.
She's not going to be happy, is she, Marizanne Cap? It's in the air. Oh, she came in and then, oh dear.
Jumped way too early. But then still, even though she was mistimed the jump, she still had the ability. Well, look at that face there. She wants the world to swallow her up. She's not had a good tournament. We saw a really simple drop catch against India. She's misfielded about 2 or 3 today. And now, well, Daniels to come back and continue. Bowled okay early doors, except trying to bowl some of those short ones and giving a few wides. But a nice smooth action, just getting through things. Maybe it's a bit slippery in terms of pace than she might appear to look.
Different angle as well, isn't it? The left arm over. Useful bowling to the 2 left-handers, you feel. Ball coming into them, not giving them a chance to swing their arms. South Africa just needs somebody just to finish this off. Won't find it there. That one's angled away down to third man for a single. Looking around the field, trying to see where poor old Laura's gone. There she is, down at long leg, licking her wounds. Dug out. Well bowled.
Frustration all round, right? And she will be chuntering. There's no doubt. And she's worked hard. She's bowled very well today.
A few glares, do you think, be going over from
I would not
third
go
man
near
there over to long leg where Laura Woolfart is?
There's nothing worse, and you know, I've done it a number of times. You drop that catch. The worst person you'd want to drop a catch for is Catherine-Brunt. She does not let you forget it. And when I say does not, I don't mean at the end of the game. I mean weeks later, you're at breakfast and you drop a bean from your some baked beans, and you dropped those baked beans like you dropped that catch 2 weeks ago. Gone. No.
Didn't carry.
Oh dear.
She mentioned it in the Christmas card she sends you.
Let's have a look at this here. Got the edge, full delivery, massive deflection, but just died there. But before Chetty.
Good looking drive. But,
Well, do you think she'll be... I think she's going to have to make up for it by buying her some drinks, because there's no way to make up for a shocker like that, is there? She's young, but equally she's been around long enough now. Should have been in the performance environment. Wow.
she's young. She'll drop a few more catches, but that was a pretty poor one.
The things I think that helps making up for it is if you can take a few blinders when it comes your way, then you kind of balance it out. I think it's when you drop the easy ones, you dropped a few simple...
I hate that even more. If you can catch that, why couldn't you have caught the other one? You know, you caught the other one with whatever, stick of rhubarb or whatever the saying is. Kaka's changed ends. And Kaka's bowled consistently. 1 for 12. Great frustration you can feel here from Cap. An appeal for LBW there. I think that was possibly just pitching outside again. It looked a little bit leg side. Let's have a look at this one. Again, just outside leg stump. Would have probably knocked out leg stump, but of course has to pitch in line.
And what possibly saved her was that she was going outside the leg stump as well. So the angle for any umpire to see would have been even wider. Well, South Africa go back when they do after the 50 overs, or probably in the evening during the team meeting, when they see these fielding lapses, when they see the possible opportunities that they had to get the Sri Lankan batters out earlier, much earlier, they will definitely not want to see that replay again. Once would be enough. The kind of opportunities they created early on and later on as well. Would have been curtains long time back on the Sri Lankan batting order.
Yeah, it's not only been the catches, has it? We saw a straightforward run out earlier and just been a little bit untidy. Ebony was suggesting perhaps coming towards the end of this tournament, there's a little bit of tiredness out of there, maybe 1 or 2 aches and pains. And good looking shot to mid-wicket, but again no run. And again a whole string of dot balls. 9 in a row. Just nudging this score up. They're going to have to go for it in a minute, even though they've only got 2 wickets left. You think perhaps get into the 40 end of the 47th over into the 48th and then start give it the long handle. And well, maybe they can't. Let's have a look at a few of these opportunities then that have gone down. This was one that slip. This was a run out. Should have been the keeper didn't gather the ball. Another chance here. Nobody behind the stumps. In the air, very soft one there, going away down towards the long off boundary.
These were the opportunities that they missed. There were a few fielding lapses, overthrows, which were not accounted for as well. And having caught all those opportunities, or even 50% of that, I thought Sri Lanka would have been struggling at around 80, 85 right now.
They had a very good base for this innings. Daniel's homing in there on the stumps, but defending. 127 for 8. They had the base. They were 70 for 1 after 20 overs. You'd think, well, you're looking at that sort of base. Anjum, you'd be thinking, well, 210, 220. It just hasn't materialised. Whole collops of wickets. Hey, Dan, that's way up in the air. Kaka's under it. And, oh, she has held it. She's held it at the second attempt. She got right underneath it, then realised she wasn't underneath it, then it was behind her, then she got 2 hands to it, then she dropped it, then she caught it again. This will be a cracker one. Let's have a look at this one again. Right up in the air, she's going, yes, mine, it's all yours. Oh, behind you. Ah, God, got it. Excellent. Excellent camera work there. Pereira's on her way. 26 from 51 balls. Had to go for it eventually. That was the tactic. Wait for the 46th, 47th over, and this is the skipper out there has only got 6 runs off 27 balls, and Kamari on her way to join her. This did go up an awful long way. Now you might think, yeah, this is straightforward. No, it's gone right up, and he's waited a long time and then almost lost it there. Oh, and kept her eyes on it. Well done. That's a great recovery. Wrong position, and then dropped the initial one and then held on. So well done to Kaka there. Otherwise we'd have been adding that to our little montage of drops had she not made that very quick adjustment. Good looking shot there. That's gone all the way. No, again Kaka distinguishing herself. So couple of runs. To the skipper there. The batters, of course, crossed when the ball, whilst the ball was in the air. Down to the skipper now to find a few more runs. 140, 150. Just give them a sniff with the ball turning. And there's more there. That's away down to Laura Wolvaert, who's has distinguished herself as the worst fielder on the South African side, not only in this game but of course in the earlier games as well. She's also distinguished herself as having the best hair, so you win one, you lose one.
Sugandhika, the number 11 batter for Sri Lanka. Got a huge task ahead of them, these two, Ranavira and Sugandhika. If they can bat out the full 50 overs, it will be an accomplishment.
Competent enough push back to the bowler. Her job really to stay with the skipper. The skipper faced the best part of 5 overs. Should have her eye in. That ball down the leg side, not given as a wide. I think the umpire being a little generous there, but maybe she'd got very much inside the line. Daniels off the mark in the wickets column, 1 for 16.
I thought that was a good ball to end the over, simply because you want to rattle the batter by bowling balls in an uncomfortable area, whether it's a fuller length delivery or a short pitch delivery. Entice the number 11 to play a shot at you, because that's the only way that you can get a wicket. Else they'll be very comfortable in offering a straight bat and defending the ball. Marizanne Kapp, she's bowled 7 and comes back for her last little spell. Should get at least a couple here if the Sri Lankans manage to bowl bat out for the full 50.
Sonny Luce, who dropped that catch at slip, doing the fielding there at extra cover. Clearing the front leg, swinging through, but a little bit half-heartedly.
I'll be tempted to bowl a few fuller length deliveries here to both these batters out there. Marizanne Kapp, I think the skipper has rotated her bowlers well, especially in this rising heat of Colombo.
And nicely turned around the corner. If they go quickly, they might think about 2, but that's not going to be the case because Ismail's down there and sends in a good throw. Never get less than 100% from Ismail. 131 for 9, it's not enough. Another 20 runs though, and that's not impossible. Could make it very interesting. Has the number 11 got the shots in her locker? Oh, not the worst looking shot, but not going to get it past extra cover.
I do get a feel that Sri Lankan bowlers will make a match of this. The wicket's not that express quick. They themselves don't have such quick bowlers which can really bend the back and generate that kind of pace which both Marizanne Kapp and Shibnem Ismail have. They will like to rely on a lot of their slow cutters and spinners. So any runs over here should really be a bonus for those bowlers to come out there and defend it.
Looking at this pitch, I think 185, 190 would be a score that you'd go out there with genuine belief that you could defend. 140, 150, you think, well, we'll give this a go. We're not beaten yet. 131, have to get early wickets. Got that one away. Another one of those boundary ones, and wanted a second.
That was a second. That's poor running.
Yeah,
Sugandhika wanted to go back. There was a second for sure over there.
I don't think the skipper had been counting the balls in the over, because that was the last ball, and it means that Sugandika keeps the strike. Poor throw. 2 overs remaining. 1 wicket remaining.
Moselene Daniels picked up a wicket in the previous over for her. Again, a length ball. Not powerful enough for Sugandika to really attack that length, so she's getting away with it. But really be looking to bowl a fuller length. The slight field change coming in. Short extra cover. Just been asked to come into a more catching position.
10 balls left. Another 10 runs would be useful. Another play and a miss. I think Daniels, like the rest of the South Africans, I think it could have been in the could have been back in the sheds 5 overs ago, possibly more than that. You feel really with an over and a bit left that they should really be at least attempting to give this the long handle. The pushes into the covers at this stage obviously just hasn't got the power in her shots.
And probably that's one of the another areas that the teams in the competition would be looking to work upon. There's so much of international cricket happening around, there's so much of domestic cricket happening around, that you as a batter or as a team would be well aware of the fact that when you are batting out there in the end of the innings, you're supposed to be wielding the longer handle and get as many as possible. Again, a maiden over has been played out, and remember, it's the 49th over.
There's the skipper, who's, as you can see, has got a sponsor. But if we were able to find, able to have a look at Sugandika, she has a bat with no sponsor, and I'm not sure she's going to attract too many sponsors the way she's been playing at the moment. That swung away down to long leg. There you go, look. Not a mark on the bat, look. Maybe, who knows? Maybe she got that one in a end of bin sale. Swung it away to deep mid wicket for 4, having blocked out the previous over. Anjum shaking her head next to me. A cracking shot.
Length ball, David. Again, the line and the length of that delivery was asking to be hit. It's not about how the batter out there is batting, it's also about the skill that the bowler is bowling and learning to bowl in the 50th over. Kaka is a regular member. That's a better length. Right up in the block hole. Difficult for any batter to try and get underneath that ball to get the elevation. Kaka, being a regular member in this South African bowling lineup, definitely made a mistake at the previous delivery.
If you look at the bottom of our screen there, the 2 previous overs, just 2 singles scored, We now come to the last over and we have 1-4-1. You'd have thought, no, do that. Start that in the 48th over. A swing and a miss.
As a tail ender, you want to hit each and every delivery, and you want the ball to be in the comfort zone, under your eye, to get that elevation, to blast it, whether over the fielders or between those gaps. And as a bowler, you're very well aware of that as well. So you try to avoid those areas where any batter has room to swing the bat or cleanly open their arms to hit the ball. That's another one. That's another free gift. And that's another boundary. Again, Kaka making a mistake of offering the ball on the pads of the left-hander. And all she had to do was place it to perfection. She didn't try to do it too very well because it was with the angle that she hit the ball. Ranavira picking up crucial 4 runs for her team.
Very good strike that. 142, so last ball of the innings coming up. Another swing and another miss.
10 runs in the last over for Ebonga Kaka. South Africa would not be happy, but the ladies in blue, Sri Lanka, from 51 for 1 at the end of 15 overs, they slumped by losing 5 wickets in a spate of 10 overs and 17 runs, finishing at 142 for 9 at the end of 50. Will definitely be happy.
Yes, it all went wrong in the middle there. They had the absolute base for the innings. It was all looking good at 70 for 1, and then as we said, they lost 5 wickets for 17. All went pear-shaped. There's Nizal Lee with her back to us. Let's have a look how those wickets fell. That was a pretty straightforward LBW. South Africa bowling well, Sri Lanka struggling. Should have been 2 down there early in the innings. Then started to score a few runs. Should have been 2 down there. That highlighting the misses. There's some random on the boundary, just jigging away. Trying to sweep a straight one. The collapse then took place. Absolutely shocking. Right, you can only put that down to nerves, that run out, and then a little pat to extra cover. That was the worst shot, probably the tournament. This one, important wicket, turned that into a Yorker, bowled, and it was the leg spinners at this stage that were really applying the screw to the innings, and that a little bit unlucky. A good take eventually there by Lizelle Lee. This another poor drop. This was a good catch. Eventually. And then the innings ending with a couple of strikes. Good placement on this last one. Steered through, beating 2 dives. And there you have it. 142 for 9. So we see at the start of the innings there, Hansika, the real star, Polkampola, oh dear, she did have problems. She hung around for a long time. She was very lucky first ball not to be given LBW. She should then have been run out. She gave a catch to first slip. Eventually went 2 wickets for Van Niekerk, and Luce's also getting amongst the Sri Lankans in the middle of that innings. Now if we have a look, there's the bowling card. You'll see 3 wickets for Luce and 2 for Van Niekerk. But the really interesting one there, if you look at the bottom, the fall of wickets. Second wicket going down with 70 runs on the board. Not that much later there, 86 for 6. So losing 5 wickets there for 16 runs, and losing the 7th wicket not that long after. So 143 runs required. South Africa very strong favourites, but will Sri Lanka be able to use their little bit of experience in these home conditions? The ball is spinning, and we may yet see a close match here. Please join us. We'll be back in around half an hour, and we'll see how South Africa get on. They need 143 to win.
come to England. Ready to go. Nice hotels. Okay. Right, right. So you don't have a A very good afternoon and welcome back to the Sara Oval, where Sri Lanka and South Africa are battling it out in the Super 6 stage. And this is the state of the game so far. Sri Lankan innings are over. Sri Lanka won the toss and decided to bat. And, well, they couldn't muster too many runs, with Sri Lanka making 142 for 9. South Africa just need 143 runs to win. Let's take a look at how the Sri Lankan wickets fell.
Yeah, first was Cap getting in the action. Excellent LBW to Atapatu. Big send-off there. And then we saw a lot of Sri Lankan batsmen struggling with the spinning ball. 5 wickets were taken in by the spinners in that middle phase. This was the quick run out by Ismail that really tied things up. But this is where the spinners got in the action. Sune loose back in today with an easy catch there to the captain. And that was the story, really. Plenty of LBWs bowled, and the spinners just dried things up in the middle. Excellent stumping there. Trisha Chetty, the keeper, moving very smoothly. And this was a poor decision from the umpire. No bat given as caught. And then Ayabonga Kaka getting the lower order Prabodani caught. And then this is coming towards the end of things here. Solid catch there by Ayabonga Kaka, who caught it on the second take. So now it's going to be Sri Lanka to continue. Prabodani, the left armour, will look to come in a medium pacer, but Roshan, she'll try and see if she can extract a little bit of seam movement, maybe a bit in the air.
Yeah, very important for Sri Lanka, these first few overs, if they're to defend the score. This is Liza Lee, who's the batsman on strike. So Sri Lanka will have to attack. Laura Woolward is the non-striker. Prabodani who will open the bowling for Sri Lanka. She's not express by any means, just a medium, military medium, slip and a short extra cover on the drive. So very, very important for Sri Lanka. Here's the first ball. And very gentle, just getting off the mark with a single.
Well, two batsmen who are going to be desperate for runs today. Laura Wolfhart has been really poor in the field. She's dropped a number of catches over the last couple of games and also hasn't quite got off to the mark. She got a duck in the last game against India. So she'll be desperate to really find a way to stamp her mark and show her team why she deserves to be there. Very talented young batter. She's been around now for a few years, but she'll be desperate to show the team that she can contribute at the top.
Hulwat on strike. Like to see Sri Lanka's strategy here. They need to think out of the box. They can't go with the rigid method. Nice stride in. I always like her style about the way she sets about building her innings. Hulwat, like that stride out. She's a tall girl I should say, tall lass. And leans into drives. Looks good on the front foot. Very solid with her technique. I like that forward defense. Head over the ball, nice stride out. I like to see who will open bowling for Sri Lanka. Are they going in with that tried and tested combination of seam, or will they look to do something different? Try and go for wickets. That's what I think the captain should be looking at.
Yeah, they've been bowling, opening with Prabodani and also Weera Cody, so two seamers. But interestingly, I was saying to you earlier that the people who've taken the most wickets, the top four leading wicket takers, are all spinners and tend to be left arm spinners, and also the captain of Sri Lanka here is in there with in the top four. So I think she should look to bring herself on pretty early. So a lot of work to be done here for the Sri Lankans. They didn't get enough on the board. And equally as well, Lizelle Lee at the other end, she'll be desperate to cash in. She only got one in that last game, but very destructive batswoman. Decent shout. I just feel there might have been a little bit of bat in that. Let's just have a look here. Pitched up nicely there from Prabodani. Maybe just pitched outside leg stump. But I think that could be the only thing saving Wolfhart there. So good conversation going on in the middle. I think they'll just have to make sure that they wait on the ball. There won't be that much pace, but here we go. Who's coming into bowl? Dasan Yaka. Oh, sorry, Kamari. Lots of Sri Lankan names in this lineup. So let's just have a look here. Going to have three on the leg side. One slip in place, pretty tight extra cover. Just seeing a few last minute changes, but a pretty standard field. Looks like we might see a little bit of shape from the slow left arm orthodox bowler. Only one fielder out in the deep. We've got a deep backward square. I'd be tempted to have a deep cover, just in terms of the fact that the ball is shaping away. We've seen some turn during this innings.
I like this move by the Sri Lankans. Just looking to start off with something different rather than seam. This is the way to go as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. Trying to make things happen. Sugandhika. Only think she's a little bit too gentle. Doesn't really spin the ball too much. Seem to be rolling it rather than spinning it. I would rather like to see a left arm spinner bowling a little bit quicker, looking for the pad, looking for that LBW, looking for the drift. Sugandhika is slightly different. But this is a good move. They're just looking to take the pace off the ball. Now fielder goes out to deep extra cover.
I think that's a good move to have that deep extra fielder. If you do drop a fraction short and it gets punched out, there's still protection. And that protection is needed now because it has gone for 4. I think they just dived over that. No one really made any effort to cut that off.
See, this is the point I'm trying to make. Look how short she is. That's poor. See, that's not the length you need to bowl. You need to create pressure with spin, because it's not easy to play spin with a new ball, particularly a left armer.
Lizelle Lee, well, she's a powerful batter as well, so if she can, she'll get her hands through the line of it. But that was poor fielding. Someone should have cut that off. Better. Bit fuller there. You've got to bring them forward, especially if you've got a slip in play. So that was a much better delivery. I'm surprised the captain hasn't come on. She's also and Lizelle Lee decides to go for it. This is classic Lizelle Lee. She doesn't die wandering. Look at this, pitched up in the slot. And easy pickings there, Roshan.
She has no idea how to bowl with the newish ball. You need to have a bit of fizz on the ball. You need to try and get the ball to dip, get the ball to come in a bit and be a bit threatening. Here she's just coming and lobbing it up, and it's easy picking. So that's not a good over.
Well, Prabodani, the lead seamer here, is going to have to just keep things in check. I think Sri Lanka are going to have to rethink the bowler for the next over. But it's back to Wolfhart. Desperate to make an impact today.
She's always looking to get on the front foot, which is a good ploy against this Sri Lankan bowling attack, because it's just medium pace, and anything on the front foot is the way to go. The Sri Lankans don't have the pace to try and push the South Africans back.
Yeah, good shapes here from Wolfhart. She's, again, very young and has only played 13 ODIs, already got 100. She picked that up last summer against Ireland. She's been very composed, but will be keen to make sure that World Cup spot is cemented. Nicely placed. She's only 17 years of age. She might be around that 18 mark when the World Cup comes. It's very young, very, very young.
Looks a good prospect to me. Maybe the inexperience has caused her to struggle a bit at this age or this stage. But as a batter, she looks very solid with her technique. That's what I like. She gives it the full face of the bat. She has a nice stride out. And generally, I've seen her good on the drive. Of course, she's not been tested by high-class bowling other than slow spin.
Yeah, just like you say, she's got a very solid setup, very balanced at the crease. I wonder if she might be thinking about batting outside her crease here. The keeper is stood back, and when you've got a lack of pace coming onto it, might just be worth a look. Let's just have a little look here. Yep, she's out about half a foot outside of her crease, and that will help her get some momentum into the shot.
She's trying to make her own pace. That's quite obvious. But there is no real movement in the ball, so it's the pace and nothing else. So 3 overs gone, 9 without loss. Wolfhart yet to get off the mark. Lizelle Lee, 9 of 7. Let's see what the Sri Lankan ploy would be.
I think one thing that I have seen in this, which I think we wouldn't so much see in the top 4 teams, is the actual, when we see the batsmen standing out of the crease, I'd like to see more keepers stand up. I remember when we watched the Irish team, there's a number of times they were stood back, and I think you'll see Australia, the English keepers, the West Indians, they would all stand up and put that extra pressure back on the batsmen. So I think they've made the change. Polgam Pola to come in. And I think it was right to make that change because, as we saw before, the opening spinner didn't have any real impact.
Chamari Polgampola with a slip. Looks an off spinner to me. Haven't seen a bowl before. She seemed to be... Oh, poor fielding. That's poor fielding. The fielding overall in this game has been quite poor.
I think both teams are wearing down with fitness. I think we've seen much better from both of these teams early doors, but just look at this. Pretty simple spinner here. Nicely punched by Lizelle Lee, but nothing that shouldn't have been taken there. Wrong-footed. I think the frustrating thing is both teams are capable of much more. It's not that we've seen them consistently do this. It's just as the tournament's going along, these cracks are starting to show.
Sumit off inside the circle. That's a good ploy. Long on out, deep square leg out. And a slip. Good sweep shot, straight to the fielder.
Well, Lizelle Lee's a batter who she'll just get on with it, really. She's somebody who, if the ball's tossed up or in a zone, she's a strong batter. She likes to get the hands through it. So I just feel that if she gets 15 overs, this game will be wrapped up pretty quickly. At the moment, there's a lot of lack of pace on the ball. Sri Lanka don't have those quicker bowlers. But to Wolfart, they've brought in the mid-on. And I think that's just an indication of the two styles. Wolfart, more of a punch, try and find the gaps. Lizelle Lee will muscle it. So a full ring field. And just the one out on the leg side.
Well bowled. That just went straight through. 4 overs 12. Just looking to hit it square. That ball playing for possible turn, I got the feeling. Let's see. That's the one that goes straight through with the arm. That's just slides on with the arm. That's a new ball, don't forget.
Yeah, a bit quicker as well, didn't you? We saw the first spinner, maybe no real pace, and it was easy to get your hands through. But that just, when it's a bit quicker, a fraction quicker, it forces the batsman to have to make that decision. So it should be Prabodhani to continue. Started very nicely, only one from her start. This is the battle, really. Lizelle Lee, who likes to field bat on ball. And Prabodhani's been really tight. Again, she's batting outside of her crease, a bit further.
Prabodhani continues. Only a single. Now this is where the Sri Lankan keeper needs to be a bit smarter. She needs to come up and stand up by the stumps. She's got a helmet.
Yeah, the captain needs to just look to be more aggressive here. Keep the South Africans really tucked up, but at the moment they can play around, moving around the crease.
Still not off the mark. Woolward, she's taken quite a few deliveries, 13, 14 balls in fact. So all the runs made by Lizelle. Nicely driven. Worth her weight to get off the mark, because that was a lovely drive, spicy shot.
That was excellent. Let's just have a look at that again. And we talk about her being a young prospect. And here she is. She got the width, but it was the timing. Really placed nicely through the gap. Just let the ball come to her and ease the hands through. Well, she's got some good starts so far. A lot of 20s, 30s, and against Papua New Guinea, a 43 not out. Wasn't able to treble the scorecard against India, but you feel today this is her chance. She'll want a big one though. It's nice getting the 20s and 30s, but at least a half century. And again, poor fielding. They haven't taken the decision here, but just they haven't looked sharp, Roshan. It's
a bit languid, isn't it? They're not just trying to move quickly. There is no aggressive body language. Just going through the motions, which is not good. Sri Lanka needs to make things happen.
Yeah, often in sides you have at least one person who's kind of tasked with keeping the energy going. Often it's the wicket keeper or maybe an experienced player who's in a ring field. But I can't see anybody really offering up that energy at the moment.
Last ball of the over coming up. Good shot. This is good cricket. The leg side area is open. The pace is not quick enough, short of a length. All you need to do is plant your foot down. The rest is history.
Well, showing she can be aggressive as well. Once you get the length there, she knew nobody out on that leg side. It was just as simple as picking it up, and she did it well. Couple of bounces to 4. End of the over, 21 for naught. And South Africa, at the moment, comfortably moving towards that total.
In case our viewers didn't know, Sri Lanka playing Australia in the first T20 game at Melbourne. The news from that game is that Sri Lanka fielding after they won the toss. Sri Lanka ladies playing in a qualifying round at the Sara Oval. Important game. They've already won one match, beaten Pakistan. South Africa have lost to India. South Africa, of course, getting the better of the exchanges so far. So in the 6th over, 22 without loss. All they need is 143. Anjum Chopra's here. South Africa seem to be doing it quite easily, Anjum. At least at this stage.
Should is a nice word. Just like hope and maybe. But yeah, I get your point. They should, as you rightly said, it should completely make it to the target that has been set by the Sri Lankan ladies, 143, without breaking a sweat. Liz Ali looking in control. She's been aggressive. She is an aggressive bat, and she's started timing the shots from the moment she walked in. Laura Woolward will be happy to get one away as well.
This is high, and it's going to fall safe, and might just trickle over the line. It does. So another boundary for South Africa. So they're looking to try and go after the Sri Lankan bowling. Chamaripol Gampola just pulling that ball slightly fuller, but this is turning out to be a very important opening for South Africa. Sri Lanka, if they're to make any headway, they need to create pressure, but I can't see any pressure on the South African batsmen at this stage.
And I'm surprised that for Polly Gampola, who's, I won't even say military medium, she's slow through the air, she's thrown onto the wicket, has kept a long leg for her bowling. And she's trying to bowl the ball wicket to wicket, keeping the ball up. Now, there's nothing wrong with that length, but I would feel keep a long on and long off for Liz Ali. That's probably a better bet. And try to bowl straight at her. At least you're covering one side of the wicket or one angle of the wicket and protecting, or at least giving yourself an opportunity of picking up a wicket. 6 gone 28 without loss.
Sri Lanka need to rethink their strategy here. I like that they started off with a different combination, say slow and seam, but then neither of the bowlers have really made any impression on the South African batters. One thing is this pitch is slow and it's not frightening by any means, and I can't see Sri Lanka having the spinners who can really exploit it. They need good quality spinners who can spin the ball. Well, the captain coming on, Ranavira now. Let's see how well she bowls. She's one of their leading bowlers, the left arm spinner Inoka Ranavira. She'll have to do a lot here. She's bowling with a slip. Interestingly, she's having the long off or mid off inside the circle. I would push mid off back. And having a backward squaring out on the boundary, she can have two fielders. Where is the other one? I can't see a fielder. Just one fielder seems to be outside the circle, which is backward square leg. I would push long off out as well, just as a measure of protection.
Picked up 2 wickets in the game against Pakistan. Inoka Ranavira. 8 overs, 33 for 2. She had a important little contribution in that victory. It's up in the air. Will this be taken? Clears the infield again with ease. There was an iota of a chance had the fielder been a little aware of the shot. But Leslie up to the task.
Well, with mid-off inside the circle, with that kind of loop, there's always the temptation to go over the top, which Leslie did quite well. I don't think she got everything, but she managed to clear that fieldsman or fielder. Mid-on inside the 30-yard circle is good, but long off should be out at this stage because Sri Lanka is not playing with too much of runs. They've now pushed the long off out to the boundary. South Africa already 32 without loss, almost going at close to 5 runs and over.
Margin of error is ever so less in one-day format of cricket, especially with just 2 fielders patrolling the boundary, and you have an attacking bat like Leslie in front. Got to be spot on with your line and length.
Behind point, that will race away to the boundary. This is the problem when you're bowling in the power plays. You've got to be spot on.
Again, trying something different. She bowled 2 good deliveries, ball both coming in to Leslie, so she had to defend at them. This one again outside the off stump, offering width to the right-hander. All she had to do was place it behind square between backward of point and cover point. She did it to perfection. Consistency needs to be bowled with Inoka Ranavira. Again, a good comeback.
7 overs gone, 36 without loss. That's an awesome start for South Africa. They need to go at under 2.5 runs and over. They're going at 5 at the moment. And as we've been emphasizing, the important thing for Sri Lanka at this stage will have to be wickets and nothing else. Wickets and wickets and wickets.
And for South Africa, it will also depend on how they manage to approach this target. They themselves will not be very pleased with their bowling performance or their fielding. So the only solace at the end of the day, or the positive that they would like to carry forward from here, is if they're able to dominate this bowling from the Sri Lankans and go home, romping home with a victory with ease. Polygampola to continue. Fuller land delivery, again a misfield. This time from the bowler herself. They've got a long on in position, got a slip in catching, and the second fielder is on long leg patrolling the boundary. So there's 2 outside. But as I speak, mid-off has been asked to push back to long off, and mid-on is the one that's coming in.
Just a bit too wide with no fieldsman behind that line of fielders on the offside. That's a dangerous delivery, short and wide. Pierce that gap, that will be a boundary. Needs to be bowling wider but of a fuller length, I think.
But the first two deliveries have been much better. Or let's say the third and the second delivery have been much better from Polygampola.
That's gone fine. It will run down to the boundary. A lot of bat on that. So Lisa Lee really enjoying herself. Excellent sweep shot, just dragging it from around that off stump.
Yes, again the delivery where the bowler has been trying to do something different. It's difficult when you're bowling in the first 10 and you have only 2 outside patrolling the boundary.
Sri Lanka seem to be struggling at the moment. Slip's been removed, short fine leg. That's 4 more. Short and wide. Lisa Lee is a powerful striker of the ball and she muscles it behind point, turning out to be a very fine over for South Africa.
Again, short, wide, good enough for Lisa Lee to flee her arms and push it behind square. Second boundary of the same shot, one in the previous over she got for Inoka, and now Polygampola doing the same what Inoka did, offering width.
This time straight to the field at short fine leg. 8 overs gone, 45 without loss. Sri Lanka seem to be running out of options here. They've already bowled 4 different bowlers in the first 8 overs, looking for that elusive first wicket, but haven't been able to make any impression at all. So another change. The skipper takes herself off. So Ishani Lokusurya. So this could be times of desperation for Sri Lanka. 5th bowler in the first 9. They're looking for someone who could bring in some control, bring in or create some problems, challenges to the South African batters. The thing is, when you have just 142 runs on the board, then you're not having too much to bargain with. Lokusurya, just medium pace. Might be the ideal kind of bowler with Woolward on strike, because she likes the ball pitched up. She likes it. She's a driver of the ball, and anything around that off stump or in line with the stumps, she takes that stride out and looks to drive. So this pace and length might be just what she wants.
Certainly the quicker of the previous 3 bowlers that both Laura and Lisa Lee would have faced. Lokusurya does offer a bit of more pace than the other bowlers. The only trouble is her line and length has to be very much straight. Inducing the drive is better. Should be 2, should be 2. Settle in for just 1.
The worrying factor for Sri Lanka is we haven't seen a ball go past the outside edge. We haven't seen any anxiety on the part of the South African batsmen, and this is into over number 9. We don't have anyone close to the bat. They're all being pushed back either to the boundary or the 30-yard circle. So it's an indication of the mindset of the Sri Lankan captain. She's already fallen back. She appears to be wanting to try and curtail the South Africans rather than really being able to look at dismissing them. Well, that appears to be the field. Apesh taken, even as I speak. That was a poor delivery. Straight to Atapattu at cover. And Lokusurya strikes. Sri Lanka wouldn't complain about the type of delivery. All they wanted was a wicket. And good sharp chance. Excellent catch at point by Chamri Atapattu.
gone for 35, Leselli. South Africa lose their first, 46 for 1.
So Sunil Luce is the new batter. She's in at number 3. Had a good outing with the ball. South Africa 46 for 1. Sri Lanka now will be hoping for another wicket. They need a wicket or two here. They've got an opening, so they need to now get in through that. Can't afford a partnership here. Surya looking to pitch the ball up, but let's take a look at that catch at point.
Very wide outside the off stump. She had to really reach for it, Leselli. That's why it went quicker to Chamari Atapattu, who was standing at point region. Well-timed jump. If she was slightly late onto the ball, that would have just gone over her head to the boundary. 9 gone, 46 for 1.
Middle there. Change the ball. Left arm round.
So Inoka Ranavira, the captain, comes on, bringing herself on at this end, replacing Polgampula. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. Just a hint of turn from Ranavira, tossing it up. Just enough turn. Now that will create some doubt in the mind of the South African batter. Get a ball to spin a bit, the ball will go past the outside edge. Then immediately the thinking changes. So Sri Lanka should try and work on these little areas. That's gone down the leg side. That's gone very fine. Let's see whether it's leg byes. I think it's leg byes. Just dragged inside the boundary. Couple of runs. .48 for 1. This is the 10th over. Asking the question, they're very confident. I think hit the upper part of the leg, somewhere in the thigh. Did it come in with the arm? Yes, it did. Just kept coming in. That's well bowled. That's what a left arm spinner needs to do with a newish ball. Just create that situation.
It's a good comeback. Sorry, Roshan. It's a good comeback for Ranavira. Tight over and a good comeback for Sri Lanka. They need a couple of wickets, and if they can contain these two and create some pressure, it will definitely be worth it. 10 gone, 48 for 1.
Yeah, changing the commentary box. Roshan slipping out. And I think South Africa will be very happy with the situation at the moment. They were a third of the way to the runs they need. They'll have been Delighted Sri Lanka though to have got rid of Lizelle Lee. She was striking the ball beautifully and a little bit unlucky to get out, in the sense that had she struck it a yard either side or metre either side in new money, it would have been away for 4. I think that'll have to be a wide surely. The umpire's been very lenient, Ian Ramage, at that far end, and maybe he's just thinking, well, first delivery of a new spell from Lokusuria, and I'll let her get away with that. Nice drive straight. That's away. That'll take some catching. It's not going to be caught. That's the 50 up. 50 coming up after 2 balls of the 11th over. Nice crisp strike down the ground by Sunny Luz.
She'll be glad to be back in today, and after a shot like that, she'll make sure she puts her name on the scoreboard. Been given a promotion today and bowled very well. Picked up 3 wickets. But now showing what she can do with the bat.
Swing and a miss outside the off stump. Lizelle Lee was certainly batting beautifully. You enjoyed that innings, didn't you?
Yeah, I always watching her. I enjoy watching her bat. She's someone who, she doesn't have gear 1 to 5. She just goes for it, really. And I like that. I like cricketers who are positive. She's a strong batter and can get her hands through it. Why not, eh? We know the danger with that, though, that comes with if you go for it, you're quite likely to sometimes not get away with it. She was caught by an absolutely blinding catch.
She was very unlucky, I think, because she struck it well, and it just flew straight to Atapatu, and a good catch, very good catch. In a game where we've seen some pretty average attempts at catching.
It was a similar delivery to that, wasn't it? Wide, tossed wide for the batsman to get her hands through, and she maybe just got too much bat on it. But going nicely here. Last ball left in the over.
Decent enough opening over, a couple of wide ones there from Lokusuria. She's a bit quicker than she looks, isn't she? Skiddy little bowler, and gets the ball through.
Yeah, she's someone who I've seen over the years. When she comes in and bowls a lot of Yorker delivery, she can actually be quite slippery and difficult to pick up. Obviously not so much that stage of the game now, so she's looking just to bowl stump to stump, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Yorker delivery or something which is miles more than they need, and Wolfhart going quite nicely. Again, she's taking her time, but she has put runs on the board.
A couple of nice shots in the same over, didn't she? She hit a couple of boundaries. Young Laura looks a great talent in the making. Very high elbow, striking the ball away.
This is a good bowling there by the skipper. She's up there with some of the leading wicket takers in this tournament, and that shows why. Let's just have a look at this. Tosses it up nicely. Just the batsman to come forward, and then last bit of turn just as it hits the pitch.
Good attacking field as well here to have the silly point in there. And are we getting another fielder being brought in short, just a sort of a medium paces gully really. Driven firmly back to her. A couple of other games going on today that will affect the Super 6, of course. Bangladesh women making 155 for 8 against India. India 26 for 1 off 10 overs in reply. They start the innings slowly, India, don't they? That's their way of playing. They struck back by Wolvart. And in the other game, massive score by Pakistan, 271 for 5. And Ireland making a reasonable start, 36 for 1 in the 11th over there. But it's what the Australians refer to as a big ask. An attacking fielder nearly into play there with the push just wide of silly point.
Nicely played there by Wolfhart, by Sexter fielders. Just simple, didn't do anything too fruity there. It's just let the ball come to her and just have a look at this. Good balance. And then just flick the wrist at that last moment. Great bit of timing. So she's ticking along nicely. End of the over, 56 for 1. Interesting to see Sune Luz has been given this opportunity. She normally bats sort of 7 or 8 in the lineup. We know that she had a good bowling innings, but maybe they just want to test something out leading into that World Cup, whether she's somebody who could come in and get things moving. So far she's played one nice shot up the ground.
She's probably happy to get out in the middle. She's probably still taking a bit of stick from Ismail about that drop catch at slip.
I'm sure that's the best places to be, is miles away from Ismail. But look, Surya is going to continue. Very tight field on that offside. I think Sune has been given license there. She's just trying to throw her hands through it. Hasn't quite got hold of that one, but showing intent. And a loose delivery. Easy pickings down the leg side there. Just helped on its way.
Yeah, nothing special there. Just over pitch. Oh, thank you very much. Look for the gap. Sensible shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just timed it in front of square and away to the boundary.
Yeah, only one out on that leg side as well. Quite a wide, fine leg. It's a better line. Got to probe that fourth stump line, especially with that field set. It's a tough call here. They're allowed 4 out at this stage. They've only got 2 out, and it's a challenge. They need to be aggressive and take wickets, but equally they can't let this game race away.
Yes, you're right about them. As you say, they obviously want to win the game, but at the same time, if they're going to lose, they don't want to lose it too heavily, and we'll show you why in a minute.
Excellent shot. Timing, just open the face at that last minute. 4 all the way. That's a great shot.
Beautiful strike there. She does look good, doesn't she, when she needs to work on ways of manoeuvring the ball around, getting singles, but her shots through the covers and down the ground, lovely. And she did actually get one on leg stump and whip it over mid wicket earlier as well. So 4 boundaries in that 19. And there's another single to keep the strike at the end of the 13th over. So we were just talking about if Sri Lanka are to lose this game. You'll see they got 2 wins to date, Pakistan today, we expect them to draw level with Sri Lanka on 2 wins by beating Ireland. They're well ahead in that game. Sri Lanka's final game is against Bangladesh. Now, if they were to lose that final game to Bangladesh, that would draw Bangladesh level with them if they lose here today. And then the deciding factor is run rate. At the moment, you can see Bangladesh's run rate is way worse than Sri Lanka's. That's positive. But a heavy defeat here is going to take that run rate closer. And of course, if Bangladesh do win by beating Sri Lanka in the final game, that'll improve their run rate as well. And there are only 4 places available for the World Cup in England. So that's one reason why, yes, certainly attack, because you want to win the game. And of course, attacking and taking wickets is a good way of slowing run rate anyway. But on the other hand, you don't want to lose it too quickly. You want to keep fighting right to the end to protect that good run rate.
And I think this is why we're seeing so many fielders in close there, just to, like you say, you've got to take the game as long as possible, as deep.
Little edge there, and she actually gets a run. That's just dropping short of the gully fielder there. I think the gully fielder should have been in a couple of paces. The ball's not going to come too quickly in that direction.
It'll be interesting to see the options here. Sunelus has been given a bit of a licence. With so many men around the bat, there's opportunities to play the sweep shot out in the leg side. And there's also a chance to use her feet as well and maybe just try and chip that offside. Doesn't have to hit it too hard. But when you have got that tight field, there's opportunity. Just having a look at the ball here, maybe the umpire, Claire, is just giving it a bit of a clean. One of the 4 female umpires in this tournament. Good to see so many coming through.
Tossed up, nicely driven. Half stopped at short extra.
Just quietening things down since that wicket of Lizelle Lee. Maybe just missed out on a gift there. Picked up a single.
Cover was somewhat on her heels there. Maybe thinking about the next over. Can't get ahead of yourself. Tidy enough over, just a couple coming from it. I think good batter as she is, young Laura Wolfart, she needs to learn to move about in the crease a bit more. Just 2 fielders on the leg side there. She could have been just moving over to off stump, quietly nudging it around the corner.
Yeah, I agree. Her strong shot seems to be just nudging it through that offside when she gets a fraction of width. She plays that nice cover drive, but you're right, everything else seems to be maybe just a bit dry in terms of not picking up runs too much on the leg side unless it's a real gift. So we're going to see Atapatu now come in. Again, a bit more seam.
You like her, don't you?
Yeah, big fan of her batting in particular. Brilliant catch earlier today off the batting of Lizelle Lee. But also we'll see, hopefully, a bit more pace. So she's brought in to try and extract a wicket. Lots of movement here. Got a short third man. Just trying to get this field here. So she's got a short third man, a long off, and a deep square leg.
Got to keep it pitched up. Wayward, is that going to be stopped? Oh, good effort down there on the boundary. Hard luck.
This poor delivery, just easy pickings really. Well down there by Sunelus to put it away, but it was Very wide down leg. I'm a bit confused by the field. She's looking to, what area she's trying to get the batsman to play into. Looks like she's just tweaking the off spinners, but you'd then think that they would mostly be long on out rather than long off out. And also this short third here, I'm not sure at this pace it's necessary.
Big shout there, and again the field a little bit slow to respond, and they're back for a second leg bye. Some signalled there by umpire Ramage. Certainly going well down the leg side. And whilst the fielders were waiting for the umpire's decision, the batsmen have nipped through for 2 leg byes. Quick little dart.
Yeah, it's an interesting bowling, isn't it? It's, you know, it's kind of medium pacer stroke off spinner.
Sensible shot down the ground. Haven't seen enough of that in this tournament. It's a very easy get out shot, isn't it? Just the firm push down to long off for the single.
Yeah, just having a look at this field here. I'm not sure that third is necessary. I think you could have one and then look to plug the gaps in front, because at this pace we're going to see these batsmen nudging it in front.
Another nicely timed through the covers and away to the boundary from Laura Woolvart. So 2 fours in that over, an expensive over from the Sri Lankan point of view. And just a little bit more wristy into that cover drive, looking for the gap, and there it goes. Never going to be caught. Outfield still fast here.
And that's her strength there, isn't it, Wolfhart? Like you say, she loves to play through the covers, and she got the width. So now it's looks like it's only a matter of time. Only 1 wicket down and only 64 runs needed.
Nine wickets in hand. Looks like a South Africa win, but as we said, Sri Lanka need to keep fighting right to the end. Run rate could yet be important. Firm drive into the into extra cover. Playing a few very nice shots is Sunny Luz. That's short, and she's found the gap there. I don't think that's going to go all the way to the boundary, but should be back for a comfortable 2. And an overthrow as well. So, well, Ebony's left the box and Anjum's moved in. Ebony would be describing this as village. So, here comes the throw. Look, what's happened? Does it take a bounce? Oh. Fielder's got in the way of the wicket keeper there. Is there an Indian term for that? Would you describe it as being village in India, or would you just describe it as being a bit loose?
It's very loose, and it's probably the first 3 of the match. The first 3 that I've seen in the last 3 matches that these teams have played here.
We were just discussing the need here for Sri Lanka to keep battling towards the end, just to protect their run rate, because it's still possible that you could get 3 teams finishing on 2 wins, with only 2 of those 3 teams going through. Nice strike towards deepish mid-on. So if Bangladesh were to beat Sri Lanka in the last round of matches, they'd have 2 wins, as would Sri Lanka if they lose this one, and as would Pakistan. Nice flowing drive again from Woolvart. So at the moment Sri Lanka have far and away the best run rate of those 3 teams. I would want to protect that to make sure they get one of the top 4 places and take the trip to England in the summer for the Women's World Cup. Leading edge, and it's gone clean through the fielder there. How that's got through, I'm not quite sure. As you can see, she's looking to whip this through the onside. Gets the leading edge. How does this get through? Oh!
Not keeping eyes on the ball, especially the bouncing ball. And offering the long barrier to stop that. Not many fielders nowadays offer the long barrier unless you're fielding on a very, very bumpy outfield. To be extremely short.
I think the long barrier there, it might have just popped up and leapt over the barrier, and not quite sure how that got through.
You still got to keep your eyes on the ball though.
Indeed.
Udeshika Prabodhani, 3 overs, a maiden in her first spell. Started off the proceedings from the far end as well. Wasn't able to create much of an impact early on. It's largely been called back because the other bowlers have also been taken for runs, and just wanting to stem that flow of runs or maybe break this little partnership that's developing.
Trying to get the field sorted. Need to protect that offside against Laura Wolfart. So we'll look. You've got 3 fielders in a row on the offside, as you can see there. A shorter extra cover and a deepish mid-off. And then just the 3 fielders on the onside. Again, probing for that gap, but not quite timing it. The drummers have started again. Anjum. I think the brass section have given up and gone home. They were being drowned out earlier. I think they've given up the ghost. Nice drive, and that's through. Tumbling stop or attempted stop, and she's found the gap this time. Very strong driver of a cricket ball. Laura Wolfart. That's an attempted dive, gone over the top of it, and that's away to the boundary.
Over pitching again, Prabodhani.
87 for 1. We're only in the 17th over, so cracking run rate here from South Africa as they look for these 143 runs to assure themselves of a trip to England for the World Cup finals, and also a place in next Tuesday's final. Almost certainly. Their final Super 6 match on Sunday is against Ireland. Sri Lanka end up with a little tester perhaps against Bangladesh. She owes the team a few runs after her fielding, does Laura Wolfart. Nicely into the gap for a single. And I think we'll have a look. The umpire's thinking about drinks. One more over perhaps.
When Sri Lanka finishes the game from here, they would like to identify those positives that they would have seen in today's context. Because for them to go back and go out there, they've beaten Pakistan. They will be up against Bangladesh in the last league stage game, and probably at that point of time the pressure will be on Sri Lanka much more than Bangladesh. Simple reason that one position will be up for grabs getting into the qualifiers.
The one thing in their favour is that their run rate is way better than Bangladesh's, and it shouldn't change too much today, with Bangladesh looking to expected to lose to India. I think Sri Lanka will be in a very strong position going into that game.
The other thing is that when they go into that contest, they would want to have those players in the playing 11 which they feel are good enough to win the game. And when they look around the dressing room, I would feel that these 11 who are out there at the park would not see many changes. Which brings me to another point, is they will be under pressure. The batters from the Sri Lankan team will be under pressure. Remember, Bangladesh does boast of good spinners in their ranks. Khadija, Rumana Ahmed, and they're not bad batters. So if Sri Lanka comes out with a performance like they did today against South Africa, that will augur for a very good contest between these two sides.
It certainly will do, but if the Sri Lanka batters turn up who played against Pakistan, when they chased down 212 quite comfortably in that first Super 6 match, well, we just don't know which side will turn up. Bustling through this over, Ranawira. Dispense now with their close field. And had the close field been in there, it may well have caught that one. So a maiden over to go into the drinks interval. 81 for 1, South Africa on their way, you would think, to a comfortable victory here. No drinks. Umpire Ian Ramage is saying no, we'll wait for another couple of overs yet, or one over certainly. Sri Lanka obviously bowling these overs a little faster than we thought. Oh, there's another top knot going in place. I've learnt a lot about haired stars over here. Kamari. Sugandika going to try her luck from the far end. Field hasn't changed, although third man has come inside the ring. Slower bowler, of course. Eight inside the ring. Short third now going to short fine leg. Sunny is looking around the field. That one hurried on to her a little bit quicker. Another short delivery. She needs to be looking to hit those squarer.
She looks a busy player to me, Sonelus. Haven't seen a lot of her, but the scores that she's been scoring around world cricket, she comes across as a batter who knows how to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard moving. Does have aggressive shots to offer. just like the sweep shot as well we just saw. But I found, whatever I've seen of her, that she looks to be one of those players who likes to be busy till the time she's inside. Didn't see her come out to bat for long against the Indian team. Oh, beg your pardon, she didn't play against the Indian team.
Nice.
And then she played against Bangladesh, the South African team. Sonailus wasn't required to bat. Looks a good prospect for the South African girls.
Poor delivery, not punished.
Just strengthens the batting order with these bowling all-rounders in the South African lineup. Just gives a bigger look to their batting. Gives an impression that they can chase bigger targets that than what we have seen till now. But certainly has the capacity of doing that.
And that is now drinks after 19 overs. So we'll have a look at the highlights early on of this innings. It was all about Lizelle Lee early on, punching the ball firmly off the back foot and going downtown with that one. Another good shot backward of square. And then a little bit unlucky to get out that way. Splendid catch. Sunny Loose also going down the ground, and that was a lovely on drive from Laura Woolvart. Lose again. And Woolvart who's shown us some beautiful cover drives and off drives. So there we go. Lee 35 from 29 balls. If she'd stayed there, I think we'd have been pretty close to game over at this stage. Very attacking player, good to watch. Woolvart started slowly. She's now playing her shots. Sri Lanka have rung the changes. They've done what they can, but it looks very much as though South Africa are going to get home in this one. Not too many options for the skipper. There is a team having a little drink and a little tactical reassessment, perhaps. I think they know they've lost this, barring an extraordinary undertaking. When the South Africans, they look as though they know they've won it, don't they? They were happy enough, taking a few fluids on board, always very important. Of course, well, it's important anyway, but particularly in this climate with the heat and the humidity. Had some splendid weather for this Women's World Cup qualifier, the ICC Women's World Cup qualifier, where we just had the one day when had a bit of rain, and that was a non-playing day, so can't ask more than that. And of course umpires have to take fluids on. Ian Ramage there, he popped up into the box this morning just to give us a bit of advice on the fielding restrictions and how they differ from the men's game. And there, some more youngsters playing a different sort of game. I'm not quite sure what sort of level they're playing. Perhaps Sri Lankan under sevens tennis going on there. But nice to see. Nice to see kids getting involved in sport, and those two, well, who knows where they might end up. Federer against Nadal another day, perhaps. 91 for 2, we're about ready to resume. Laura Woolvart with her splendid hair and her splendid cover driving. So it's going to be Ranawira to continue.
What are you after again? Just a fraction away. There's 2 legs there.
Need to keep battling South Africa. They'll have said, well, if we can get one of these out, then slow them down a bit. Maybe take another couple. That surely will be signalled wide, but no, I've almost given up on these wides. Lose on strike. That's on leg side, popped into the mid wicket, diving forward, risking a dental bill, and still not getting there. Let's have a look at this. Just how close, just off the leading edge. Oh dear. Disappointing. That could have been the breakthrough that would have just slowed South Africa. Instead it's 1 run. Outside off and left alone. Bat raised above her head. She looks determined to play a long innings. But again, just slightly up in the air. Again, not quite getting to the pitch of it. Slightly quicker delivery, pushed through that one by Ranawira. Coming to the end of the 20th over. Firm drive, just a single off that. So the run rate slowed a little over these last couple of overs, but still going along at a fair old lick. 92 for 1. Batsman discussing whether they'll be looking for runs. Don't think there's a problem. There's a new bowler, and we're going to see Polgampola back into the attack, and back into the attack from the commentary box is Ebony Rainford-Brent.
I don't like the way you described that, David. Into the attack. But obviously the bowler's into the attack. But
you've never been a defensive person in your life, have you?
Never. I'm also worried why Roshan has just given me 2 muffins. Maybe indicating that I'll be the one to eat them, but I'm on a health kick at the moment. Yeah, this is just, they're just taking their time here, aren't they? Especially Wolfhart. Although she's looked technically solid, we haven't really seen any real foot movement or adjustment in the crease.
Well done, well done.
Sune loose, a little bit quicker here. Has been brought in to advance the score. This is frustrating, just in the sense that you can see there's a big ring offside field with the pace that the bowler's bowling. There's so much room just to think about. Let's just have a little look at some of this. There you go, packed offside, but with the pace of this, you can easily just get a little bit straighter and knock it either straight up or into the leg side for a single. Just finding herself stuck on the crease here, Sune loose. And this is just basically game plan. It's not that she's not capable, but it's just the thinking process in which she's going about getting her runs.
I think she needs to be playing more straighter than the horizontal shot. That's why she's struggling to time. The ball's not coming on. She needs space to play that shot. But if she can get onto the front foot, get to the half volley, then pushing it, deflecting it becomes a little bit easy.
So the captain to continue here. And look at the kids there, loving it. Some serious warm-up. It's in this heat as well, Roshan.
Oh, well, they're quite used to it. They're brought up in this heat. They're quite used to it. This is the Tamil Union Cricket Academy, I think.
I'm guessing that would be after school? End of the day, would it be?
Yes, 1:30 school closes. So.
Oh, 1:30 school closes.
Yeah, because we start at 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, you start. Is this because of the heat or just how?
No, that's how it's been. I mean, we don't have summers and winters here, so we generally start 7:30, finish at 1:30. I know in England it's different; it goes on till evening or late afternoon.
More like an 8:30 start, and school often comes out at 3:30. I've seen a lot of kids as well out there. There's some in the swimming pool near there, but there's loads of kids out there. The coach has got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, this is an academy of different ages, different sizes, but that tells you the enthusiasm Sri Lankans have for cricket.
Look at the kids going there, absolutely loving it. One or two, maybe not as enthusiastic, but the coach there trying to get them G'd up.
Well, quite a few of them may not be too enthusiastic in this heat, but they're quite used to it, I must tell you. Well, I'm sure that the Sri Lankans expected this game to be a far more closer one than what it has turned out to be, because South Africa looking far more comfortable at this stage. We've had a few people coming, the band's been playing, and a few supporters.
It's the Parare band, isn't it? Papare. So they've been enjoying some of the atmosphere today. End of the over, 94 for 1. So they've been enjoying it. I enjoyed a lot of the music, and let's just see who's in the pavilion. There's some locals have come in today.
Yeah, few people coming here, must be relatives, parents, watching the Sri Lankan team play, and also friends, I suppose. But few people, that's good. I mean, just good to have some numbers turning up to watch women's cricket or ladies cricket here. And after all, this is an ICC event.
Our working day is normal Monday to Friday here as well.
Yeah, Monday to Friday, and then we also, some people, some mercantile firms work on Saturday as well, half day.
There we go, an aggressive shot down the ground. I haven't seen one of those for a while, but Sune Luce has got her hands through that ball nicely.
Yeah, that's the option I was talking about. Rather than looking to hit it square, try and hit it straighter, so that you can use whatever pace it has. You could see, got to the pitch of the ball. It makes it that much easier.
Yeah, it's hitting through the line, isn't it? She's got a fraction of width, and previously she would have tried to drill that through that ring offside field, but good to see.
Quite an easy single in the end. I certainly think that Sri Lanka has not made use of a good toss to win, because I can see semblance of turn, bit of assistance to the spinners. If you are a real genuine article, you can get something off this pitch. So, of course, the likes of Polgampula is, well, just a gentle, nothing, not a spin as such, but she's kind of mixes things up. Tends to look to bowl the cutter, and she bowls variety.
Just missed the outside edge there.
That's 100 up for South Africa. So I think had Sri Lanka got about 160 and one or two genuine spinners to create some problem, get a few wickets, it would have been a good score to bowl at. I'm not saying Sri Lanka would have won, but it would have been a very good score on this pitch.
Good bit of fielding there in the covers. Look at that, 100 up. They've gone at a nice rate. Slowed down recently. They were going at nearly 5s now. 4.3, nearly 4.4. And that manual scoreboard has been ticking over. Nice solid connection there. Just punching it up. Just been given the option with long on and long off out. And that's what happens as well. End of the over there, 101, is that once you take that option of hitting down the ground, it relieves those singles. And so then you can just rotate the strike easily.
Luz to me also look a good prospect. She looks a very fine player. Very attractive batter, good technique. Might be a big name as she progresses because she's quite young. Honestly, I think she has a lot of potential. I can see that as a batter in her, and she's a more than useful leg spinner. I think she might be a bigger name, or she might create a greater impact than, shall we say, Woolward. Luz to me looks a better prospect.
I think especially as the women's game is moving towards T20, 50 over, the one-day format, I think batters who are able to score well, but also quickly, I think. And Woolfart, I think she's a very solid player, especially in the 50 overs, but I think she would struggle to really up the ante and up the scoring rate as she currently plays. She's got a solid technique, and for a youngster, but I think she's going to have to develop her all-round game. Sune Luce, don't forget, though, is about 3 years or so older. Sune Luce is 21 now. So this is a very young South African setup. They'll have to challenge. If they win today, they'll be looking like they're going through to the World Cup final. So then they have to think about their next prospects. But for now, they're set nicely. And I think it might be Weera Cody coming in.
Yeah, it looks like Weera Cody coming rather late for her. She's generally a first-up bowler. Tends to bowl with that open-chested action, in swing. But what Sri Lanka have lacked is a penetrative bowler, someone who can get you wickets. All of them, most of them are trundlers who are quite, defensive, who could bowl the dot ball. But I haven't really seen anyone who could come and get wickets for you. So if you don't have bowlers like that, like the Caps and the Ismails in that South African lineup and in the Indian lineup, there were some good spinners.
I'd like to see some mystery spin from the Sri Lankans. I think with being in the subcontinent, we've seen some okay spinners. I still think the Indian spinners seems to be a step ahead.
I don't think the Sri Lankan spinners are right up there as yet. I don't really think so. Maybe the captain might get close, but the others look pretty ordinary at the moment, to be honest. Indian spinners are very good. The Bangladeshi off spinner looked good. Well, the rest of the spinners, the Pakistan spinner looked good. But I haven't really seen anyone else, though these pitches have been slow, so anyone who attempts to bowl slow or spin might get something out of it, so they don't get exposed.
Well, let's see how Shripali Weera Cody goes. Normally comes in to open up with Prabodani, but today coming in later. Like you say, just angling it in, keeping it tight at the moment. Again, a very standard field we've seen all day. Just looking at that offside. It's pretty tight. Everything around from point all the way through. Tight extra cover, but a very rare short ball. And they just managed to pick up a single with a bit of poor fielding at mid-wicket. She would have hoped to have, especially with the pace that was bowled, I think there was enough time to look to hit the gap. She's still practicing the shot. Woolfart, who's really taking her time here, going at less than a 50% strike rate. suppose this is almost like watching her play in the nets, really, isn't it? It's there's no real pressure on the South Africans. There's no real venom at the moment from Sri Lankan bowlers. They just haven't got enough on the board to create that pressure. Walthart's got plenty of options here. She could just look to run it down to third man, just rotate that strike.
That ball staying down. That's an indication that there's very little pace in the bowling. It's hardly bouncing through to the keeper. Sri Lanka has blown hot and cold. I mean, they chased down 200 plus against Pakistan, a decent Pakistan side, and here they seem to have just fumbled totally. Last ball of the over. Again goes past the outside edge. Decent start to the over, but Sri Lanka need wickets. 102 for 1.
Yeah, decent over there from Wirikodi. You just feel that angle in. She caused Wolfhart, who likes to actually hit through that offside and let the hands go. She just tucked her up for a little bit of room, maybe. We saw a few full shots. But again, there's no pressure. Look at that, 41 needed in 26 overs. I think this is the difference about the ruthlessness of the top four. It's just now, I think there's an opportunity here for South Africa to really stamp their mark, but they're just taking their time. So Sune loose to continue. She's been the most aggressive out of these two batsmen.
I think South Africa is also taking things a little bit too easy. They need to be a little bit more aggressive, look to finish this game off, because I can't see any purpose in just hanging in there and defending. They've got the momentum going. They need to just carry on.
I think as much in this heat as well, the longer you're out there, the longer you're draining your players. They've still got a number of games to play. They've got another game on Sunday, and then quite likely it looks like they'll get through to the final winning this.
Woolward, to me, has been a little bit extreme in her approach. She's been far too defensive. I've given her a lot of credit to her ability, but she's let me down. She's disappointed me. While she has been good with her drives, she hasn't been able to really break free and impose herself. She's been good with the technique. But I think 50-over cricket is about making runs. She's just finding the field.
Yeah.
Just not been able to hit the gaps. That's where batsmanship comes in, you know. You need to try and dictate terms. You need to take the attack.
Well, she's got, if you look at her whole career so far, I mean, she's only played 14 ODIs. But you look at her strike rate of 50, just under 55, which indicates that even as she's played, she's not somebody who's going to get on with it. She has had a couple of pretty decent innings. She got 105 against Ireland. Well eased through the covers, only for one though.
So when will the ladies' game really look at stroke players who could score runs quickly?
Well, this is where I think the gap comes into play, because I don't think you wouldn't see this from the Australians. The Australians this morning were playing New Zealand in some games, and we saw, you know, a lot of scores. At least Villani picked up a 74 off something like 40 balls. So that at that top level, those players are used to going at a higher rate. And also some of these players haven't had that exposure like, say, a Cap has or an Ishmael has to playing alongside some of those players in the global T20 tournaments of the BBL and the Super League. But Wolfhart still on strike here. Just tucking it in there, not too much going on. Wirikodi has come in and done quite well, to be fair. Only been knocked for one run. I mean, there's so many options available. Just to get off the strike, she could easily look at just getting across her stumps and nudging the ball into the leg side, especially with the movement of the bowler. Easy single down to third, and there's also an opportunity just to punch one through the offside, which is her favoured option.
So Virat Kohli just looking for that breakthrough here. Slam straight, see field right point. This is weakness. No, I wasn't. I was anywhere close to that.
Just now when I have come, the fast bowler has come.
So, Woolward looking to try and drive through that extra cover area.
Shripali Virat Kohli been thrown the ball to get the much required breakthrough. But look at that current rate, 4.09 required, under 2. They're cruising, the South African girls.
I've been impressed with the way Lewis has batted, but Woolward, I think, has taken it to one extreme. It's been a big blow as far as I'm concerned. She's been good. She's been good with her technique, but 50 over cricket is about also scoring runs. That has to be a wide. Now the thing is, South Africa are in such a dominant position. Now why aren't they looking to be a little bit more proactive? I'm not saying take a risk, but impose yourself a little bit.
No, you can also go and take a risk if you have to.
Because you have to, but impose yourself.
Absolutely, because very shortly there will be a false stroke coming in from either of them, because they've just got stuck and not been able to rotate the strike. To break those shackles, you will take an opportunity. You will take a chance. And that's what I believe you're mentioning as take a risk.
It's 107 for 126 overs completed. South Africa just looking very good at the moment, 36 runs. And they got 24 overs left. So Chamari Polgampala will continue. She just bowls right arm medium. Slow medium.
It's a funny word, isn't it? Slow medium.
Medium slow, military medium.
Yeah. They never
medium pace, medium fast, fast medium.
Yeah, but what does one mean by when you say
See,
slow medium?
What I as
Is it
far as the
slow or is it medium?
classification used to be, if you're really fast, it would be called right arm fast. Now the next bracket is fast medium. The bracket below that is medium fast, and the lowest bracket would be right arm medium pace. Now that used to be the classification, but I don't know what it is now.
Is it like your shoe size is 7, 7.5, 7.25,
like that.
and then reach 8? It's going to be a nightmare for the guys manufacturing the shoes. It's like that. Slow medium.
Yeah, they used to classify quite a bit. They have different classifications.
I agree, but they can be really funny. Some denominations or some explanations to a figure can be very, very confusing.
Now, I can't understand the approach of Loose and Woolward. There are areas they could look to score runs. Definitely long off, long on. Mid-wicket area is open. And at this pace, just walking around the crease a little bit, trying to dictate terms with some aggressive feet movement. But they're quite used to, or quite content to do what they're doing.
Now, whose inspiration? You can understand the kids are there, that they're practicing those defensive shots. It's the drill you start batting against. I like that. I like that blue pipe which is there in the middle, and that's got nothing to do with the crease, mind you. But it's just the drill that as a kid you start with 1, 2, and 3, which is like picking your bat up is 1, putting your right leg or your left leg out, depending upon right hander or left hander, is a 2, and then leaning forward to stop that ball, stop that cricket bat just next to your knees to play a defensive shot. It's like a 1, 2, 3 drill, practicing the youngsters. And look at these other guys in the grey blue shirt. They're not too senior. They don't look like coaches, but they're just senior players.
Yeah, this is. I just saw the name on the T-shirt. It's Gateway International. It's an international school. So
College.
yeah, it's an international college. So that's why they're here. They're very rich schools, you know, these international schools. So that's why they have all these young kids wanting to play cricket.
Well, they have an inspiration. They can see inside. There are 2 players playing inside and who are also practicing a defensive shot. Take nothing away from it, but that's the right inspiration because they're international players. They've done it so very often. So they can look at him and do that as well. With a lot of memories. Every time you look at this generation playing in whites, this generation definitely starts playing in those white colors and getting used to the basics of the game. And you always get reminded of your own days when one started playing the sport.
Spare a thought for Woolward. She's having a major struggle out there. Just can't hit the ball off the square. She seemed to have lost her timing completely. Just not getting it through the field, not timing it. Just seemed to be finding the field all the time.
Punched away. Finally gets it in the gap. Woolward. Just a little shake up. She knows it. She's a much more attacking batter than what the runs and the cricket balls that she's used to be not out there in the centre. It's just one of those days where she's just not found the timing. She's just not found the middle of the bat to be able to read the strike as often as she's wanted to. She looked like a main batter out there when the first game against Bangladesh. The Sri Lankan team was batting out there, and they were in a spot of bother when they were 3 down initially. But she looks like a good youngster. It's just more and more matches under her belt and more situations like these when she gets to face, she'll realize that how the art of picking up a single can be acquired.
I've been impressed with Virat Kohli. She's bowled one good line. She's looked to bowl wide of the off stump. That's the end of the over. And bowled to a packed offside field. That's the experience she brings into this bowling makeup of Sri Lanka. Batting package? What batting package? Defensive shots? What have you been doing? I'll let Anjum talk.
1, 2, 3.
Batting package.
My mic is wrong. Let's see who reaches first. 100 or 50? The score in the balls.
So Paul Gampala will continue. It's Woolward on strike. Sri Lanka just continuing to plug away. Just taking a lot of pace off the ball, and Woolward not helping either. She's lost her timing. That's more sensible. She needs to do that. She needs to just knock it into gaps, just get some momentum going in her innings, rather than trying to blast the bowling, just looking to pierce the field.
It can happen to any batter at any point of time. You may be out there in a test match for the entire day, but it just happens that you lose your timing And with that, you lose your concentration as well. At least one good thing with Laura Woolwood out here is she may have lost the timing that she started off with, but she's certainly not lost her concentration. She's ready to put in the grind. She's ready to bear the heat out there, run in between the wickets, have that patience. I think that's a very, very big positive for this youngster.
That's poor work. Polgampola should have stopped it. But this is a much better over for South Africa. They've got runs of almost every ball. They've got singles. They haven't had boundaries, but they've been doing it in singles. That's the way to go. Good work. Good work. Stopping a single. Good commitment too.
She's just putting the ball there, Polgampola. Not really bowling it or not trying to give it a rip. Trying to take the pace of the ball and just put it in the right length of the stumps. 29 gone, 114 for 1. Needing another 29 runs, South Africa, of 126 balls.
So Virat Kohli will continue. She's been used to bowl a very defensive line, looking to bowl wide of the off stump. Sri Lanka still desperately looking for that second wicket, which has been difficult to get. It's been a while since a wicket fell. That's a good shot. That is a good shot. There's intent shown. That's what they needed to do. Just impose yourself, try and play a few shots like that. Straight away, you release the pressure.
Full length delivery. Enough room for Sonelus to flee her arms and get the ball to the boundary. A good cover drive, especially because it ended up actually at the extra cover position. Trying to offer the full face off the bat. That was impressive. She moves on to 37. Should be another one, but this time they've got a fielder for that shot. She will get a single.
She's been more active as a batter, Sonelus. She scored her runs much quicker than Woolward. 38 of 55 as against 39 of 92, which has been a grind. So Sri Lanka now just need another 23 runs. Good work, good work. Now had that hit, where would Woolward have been? Let's see.
A nice shot. Should have run with the stroke. A yes and a no, and then a hesitation. Needed to be very much accurate in hitting the stumps. Atapatu, I think that was there. The run was always on.
That ball again, full length delivery. One would have thought that she would look to try and angle their bat, run it finer down to third man, rather than looking to really hit it in front. But that's an area, that's an option open with that wide half volley. Quick run here. And good running. Good running. Again, good intent shown by Sonelus. So she's now on 39. One ball to go in the over. 22 more runs is what South Africa need. They got 21 overs left. Woolward on strike, last ball of the 30th over. Single to complete the over. 41 to Woolward, 122 for 1 at the end of 30.
Thank you, Roshan. We have a change in the commentary position with Roshan and Anjum moving out. Unlikely to see Roshan again today, I think, with just 21 runs required. We might see Anjum back, but could easily be over in the next 5 overs or so. Will they go to another drinks break? That's the question. Certainly seem to be getting a crack on at the moment. It's been a one-sided game, this match, since around the 20 over mark. Good start by Sri Lanka. 70 for 1 they were after 20 overs, and then it all started to go pear-shape. Wolvart off the back foot, firmly up to long on. Long off even.
Wolfart. It's tough to judge this innings for me, because for a youngster, it's impressive that she's out here scoring consistent runs. There's also how you go about it, and she's just taken her time. She's knocked it around, but for me, once you're in a strike rate less than 50% in a one-day game, the impact you'll have later on in terms of the World Cup itself, I think will be, it'll be minimal, because teams might either be comfortable her staying there all day, because that sort of strike rate could actually lose you a game, or they'll find a way to work out that she favours that offside and just plug that gap.
Swung around, she hasn't quite got that where she wants it. I think that'll just be the single. Yeah, I don't like criticising any player, but what you're actually looking for is how to move this forward. In Laura Wolvart's case, she can clearly bat, but she needs to be able to work the ball around better. That's a wide.
I think a good player for her to potentially emulate, someone like Heather Knight, who current England captain, when she first came on, an opening batter who may be very similar, very technically correct, nudged the ball around. But as she's progressed, she's been somebody I've really been impressed with, how her game's evolved from a traditional opener to a more aggressive, can knock the ball around, so now she can clear the ropes. And I would say there's a good platform here to work with. Well, nicely drilled out there. And I just think if she looks around and takes maybe some inspiration from a few batters, so Heather Knight, someone I think would be a good model for her to look at and see how she's progressed her game over the years.
In a way, Lizelle Lee, who she opens with, isn't really going to be a great example, is she? Because she's not unique, but she certainly gives the ball a slap. She's not orthodox, Lizelle Lee. She a very, very good batter. She gets on with it, but it's chalk and cheese looking at her and Wolvart. Whereas, where does that come from? The obviously she'll be talking to her coaches, and she'll be talking to people that she knows and she's learnt the game from. Where do you actually push on and at the moment she has a score. She has a run rate of or strike rate of less than 50 runs per 100 balls, which is he's not on, as you say, against a team that they're going to beat comfortably. If she's scoring that slowly against Sri Lanka, what on earth is she going to do against Australia, England, and the really top-notch sides? Come from the coach. The coach said, Laura, let's have a look at ways of which we can move the ball around, the way we can keep the scoreboard ticking.
The changes come in training. The changes come when you see, that's a pretty wide delivery there. A poor start from Prabhudani, who's been very good so far today. Yeah, I remember when there was a moment where the women's game shifted during when I played, when we started seeing things like the sweep shot come in. Coaches wanted to see you run twos more, and you know, from a batter, nicely knocked in there. Could be two if they go quickly. Should be on an easy call. And I remember at the time almost feeling like I didn't want to be stretched, as in I felt like I had a game plan. I felt like, you know, not just me, it was a shift for everybody, but I felt like I already had my game set.
You were in a comfort zone, basically.
Yeah, very much in the comfort zone, and it's the coaches and the environment that make you realise the game is moving on, and continuing to play in that vein or format just won't allow your team to progress. And it's kind of getting your head around what you're currently doing. Yes, it's solid, but it's not going to change the game. And I think that does take a bit of time, and let's not forget how young she is. She's under 18, she's 17 and 3/4. But I do think the environment and the coach will have to work to get the mindset, understanding.
But she'd know that. I mean, you know, you see the other players and you see where South Africa need to progress, and she'll look at strike rates and she'll think, yeah, I'm getting there, but I know I've got to get that up to around maybe 70, 75, something like that, which is acceptable for an opener.
Nicely nudged in by Loose. I think the easy, and actually, if you just have a quick look at this, and this is, if she can add this dynamic to her game, we just saw Sune Loose get a delivery here. Look at this, just dropped slightly short, nothing electric, just got back, nudged it. Timing lets it come to her. Those easy sorts of shots and easy runs, I think if Wolfhart, who's very capable, adds that to her game. Big outside edge. It's small shots like that for me which actually could turn her into that 70% strike rate that you talked about.
Just moving and against the spin as well. I'd like to see her moving around the crease more, moving over towards off stump, opening up the leg side for just singles. Nothing special. She is a talent. We know that. We can see that. But maybe we're asking too much that she's wonderful at the age of, was it 17 3/4? Isn't that a sort of Harry Potter age or something? It's always that 9 3/4 or something. I can't remember now.
End of the over, 132 for one. Also, I suppose another dynamic we haven't put in is about the ages at which women play. So you see in the men's game a few things. First of all, at a younger age, boys play so much more cricket than the women do, and so you see tactical awareness, and now it's most probably sometimes more developed in younger boys because they have played more. So you see women cricketers kind of really, especially batters, come into their own in the late 20s. The biggest danger is we often lose players in that period because of work or other commitments. So just in terms of time, I mean, give Laura Wolfhart maybe into her early 20s, and she hangs around and maybe gets that extra time. Maybe, you know, we'll see that what she's capable of come to light. But she's clearly a young talent.
But she needs to be getting that shot after she's now faced 101 deliveries. That shot shouldn't be hitting extra cover, should it? It should be one side or the other of extra cover. That's nice.
Good running here. They went early. They went nice and early. And that picked up simple two, so it's now only a matter of time, really, isn't it?
It's going to be all over in a couple of blows, really, if they find the boundary.
She's only one away from that 50, which no doubt after some of the fielding today, she'll be keen to make sure she finishes with that star against her name today.
Bit of old Reading. And yes, that'll be important. And she's struggled in a couple of games against the more experienced sides. And she hasn't, you know, she's batted well here today. No doubt about that, but it's not looked easy for her, has it? Whereas it almost looked too easy for Liz Lee.
One more ball in this over to get it. The danger is you get Sune loose at the other end, who has played with a bit more freedom. She might just wrap this up.
Big shout for LBW. I think that was probably going down. We'll have a look.
Bowling quite wide of the crease there, just tosses it up. Misses a bit of it. She's lucky there. That hit her on the back pad. Maybe just clipping leg.
That would have been a harsh LBW, I think. Yeah. Ian Ramage has been very he's very solid today in his performance. Hasn't had to give very much, or hasn't had to make too many decisions, and generally come down in favour of the batter.
Well, the captain's coming back on just to maybe try and see if she can stretch out this game. Whenever you see some teams in these sort of positions, there becomes a bit of a game of who makes sure the game doesn't finish on your over. So if the captain can get a maiden in, then maybe there'll be a few words to the next bowler.
Oh, she's already bowled 3 maidens.
Bold. Some serious turn there.
Again, when you see deliveries like this, look at that go. You would have to wonder if Sri Lanka had got to 180, 190, which they really should have done from that start. We could well have had a game of cricket on here.
Well, the captain for me is the standout bowler. You know, she hasn't got wickets today, but she has been up there in the lead wicket takers. But you can just see just a bit more purchase on the ball.
Found the gap this time. That's her 50.
And there she goes. Small smile there.
Yeah, she's happy with that. No, not a great celebration. Just a quick bat towards the pavilion.
Well, she'll be pleased. Again, this is a 50 in a winning cause, which is always positive to celebrate.
Good diving stop.
And what she has been is consistent. She has scored a lot of 30s and 40s. This is her first 50 in this tournament. So there's progression there.
Down the ground goes. Oh, one bounce inside the ropes from Luce. She gets a 4. That takes South Africa within 3 runs of the victory. She goes downtown, gets hold of that one, hit across it a little bit, but just one bounce inside the ropes. Had that landed the other side of the rope, the scores would have been level. Let's see what happens here. 3 to win. She goes big swing. Looking to hit that away to deep backward square. Big shout. Not out. Again, maybe just going down. Yeah, just outside the leg stump. Didn't turn enough that. Turned a little bit more. She could have been in business.
Well, it is going to be cat and mouse. Can this bowler... Are they taking drinks, are they? No. They would have done normally, but I think the umpires have made a sensible decision just to get things going. I'm sure everybody, well, the players in particular, will want to get out this heat. But it's going to be which bowler is able to hold this down. I would be quite excited about trying to throw it back to the captain on your watch, not on mine.
Just one decent blow and it's over. Not that one though.
A bit of width there. It's important to note that these pitches are wearing as well, so I think these next couple of games that we'll see here, playing spin and playing slow conditions.
I reckon we could see a maiden here.
Interesting choice of shot there. She could have looked to have just wrapped that up by pulling across the line. We've seen everything. She really favours that offside.
You'd have whipped that previous delivery, bottom hand through mid wicket and tucked your bat under your arm, wouldn't you? And been on your way back to the pavilion.
She does favour that offside. I'm not going to respond to. Yeah, I played a lot of pull shots, which was one of my strengths, but I also missed a lot of balls that went under the bat, trying to play it too often. Well, I think that was a ball from the bowler who potentially wanted things to get moving. End of the over. 140 for 1.
Yeah, here's her 50. That was a delightful shot. She's strong through the covers. And again, whipped that one away. Most of our scoring areas are in that direction. And I think that's something that the bigger teams, as Ebony was saying, will look to block. And a modest little half raise of the bat there towards the dressing room.
Well, nice not out will suit both of these batters. Let's not forget Luce was dropped in that last game and they brought in the off spinner. She's come in today, picked up 3 wickets and gone at a nice healthy rate to get things going. Wolf up, the youngster, wants to just make sure her name is etched in the books for the World Cup final. Over to the captain to try and keep this tight for the last couple of overs.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the need for Sri Lanka to not get absolutely hammered in this game because of their run rate, and they pulled out it quite nicely.
Well, good direct hit. I just feel that maybe could have got it out a little bit quicker. Yeah, good pickup, direct hit, but comfortably home.
Good piece of fielding, though. 2 to win. Wolvart on strike, looks for the drive. Plays that to extra cover. $141 for 1. Comfortable victory, we're just waiting for it. And we're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Good delivery there from the captain, just trying to keep it tight.
So it's going to now go into the 37th over. So I think Wolvart's saying she's a little bit tired as well. That's the other thing. It's hot out there. She's a young woman.
Well, there you go. The captain, she's wrapped up her 10 overs. A very good economy of 2.5. She's been a standout in this whole tournament so far. And like we said, she's thrown it back to her other bowlers to say, not on my watch. And so let's just see whether they can keep it tight for the South Africans for a last stretch it out another over or so.
Just needs to find that gap. That's in the air. That's the end of the game. It's over the top. Full toss. And victory arrives. First ball of the 37th over. And they're happy there. Look, Luz and Wolvaart. Yeah, embracing each other. Well batted, the two of them. One with a half century. The other one with 49 not out.
I think they both might have gone to their 50 there, but well done for the youngster. Yeah, with that boundary, they've both gone to their 50s. So that just shows two young batters for this South African team. Two players they can look to build around for the future, have come in and wrapped this game up nice and comfortably. So well done to Sune Luz today. Back in,
yes, of course.
50 and 3 wickets.
She needed a boundary, didn't she? I think she'll be the player of the match. South Africa winning by 9 wickets. Her leg spin was really instrumental in ripping the heart out of the Sri Lanka innings earlier. And then her bowling rather was instrumental, the leg spin and the batting. Shaking hands.
Well, there's no doubt that Dane van Niekerk will be very, very pleased with this performance. They needed to come out and win to make sure they kept their route to the final there, and this was a very solid performance. A lot of work done by those bowlers. Let's not forget how well Ishmael and Cap bowled, and then the spinners. There she is, Sune Luz, 3 wickets today, back in the action after being dropped in the previous game, and to come in and get 3 wickets and a 50. So, well, no doubt who I would be putting up for man of the match today or player of the match. And then there's the captain. She also got 2. She's pumped. She's fired up, and so she should be, because this is a very solid win for the Sri Lankans. They'll be really gutted about this. You can see the coach there and the coach's team. They know they should have put more runs on the board. Just not enough for their guys to be able to defend. They've come off a good few wins, David, but today they just didn't seem to be at the party.
No, they're an inconsistent side, aren't they, Sri Lanka? We saw them, they were poor against India in the first game, bounced back, hammered Ireland, beat Pakistan a couple of days ago, and then today, I thought this is going to be a cracking match. 70 for 1 after 20 overs, and then it all fell in a heap. So there's the joyful South Africans. This means, without a doubt, that they've qualified for the World Cup this summer. They've now...
They just have a little prayer. A very religious side, actually, especially the captain and a lot of the senior players. So they're saying their thank yous and their thanks. And so they should, because they've done a really good performance today, led by the captain, who is a real strong leader of this team. I think she's the captain herself. You see the passion. She's definitely somebody who is leading this side so well. She's run off and left it to the rest of them, but there she goes.
Yeah, she bowled beautifully as well earlier. Let's have a look at these highlights. Of course, Lizelle Lee, I think, if she'd have stayed, I'm pretty sure South Africa would have won 10, 12 overs earlier than they did. She played some cracking shots, and then was a little bit unfortunate to go like that, picking out the fielder square of the wicket.
Sune Luz got the promotion today, and there we saw some lovely shots. That was one of Wolvaart's best as well, hitting back up the ground. But Sune Luz went at maybe a 75% strike rate today, looking really good, but Wolvaart really favouring that offside. A lot of shots threaded through the covers. There's another one. And got to that 50. She carried her bat, and then Sune Luz did the damage to finish it all off and take herself to a 52.
Yep. Yeah, so a happy ending for South Africa. There's the team. They're back in their huddle. They do like a little huddle, don't they?
Well, looking at their next couple of games, I mean, obviously there's the final to think about, but you just feel now they're playing next. Who are they lined up to play next? It's
they've got Ireland on
Ireland
Sunday,
next,
so They'll have a couple of maybe leave a couple of players out, play a couple of the fringe players in that game. And there they are, both exactly 50. Maybe, and I'm being generous to her here, maybe that's what Wolvart was looking to do. She was looking to just nudge the ball around towards the end, not to score, because she knew that if Sonia Lou's got the right ball, she could whack a boundary and get her half century as well. 145 for one, then winning comfortably. Not a lot the Sri Lankans could do there. The skipper, very tidy set of 10, 3 maidens. But that's something, isn't it? If you look down the top of that card, 6 maidens. And when South Africa moved forward to play India next week in the final, and then into the World Cup, England, Australia, New Zealand, West Indies, they're really going to have to. You can't have 6 maidens in 36 overs. You just got to nudge it around, nurdle it around a little bit, keep the scoreboard ticking. There's the summary. Player of the match. I don't think there's a lot of doubt in that, is there? Just whilst we're waiting for the presentation, a little update on the other 2 games before we go. India have won, which means they keep their 100% record. They're in the final next week. They beat Bangladesh. Bangladesh got 155. India romping home there for the loss of 1 wicket. And Ireland chasing that massive 271. Not going too badly. They're 130 for 5. They're running out of overs though, so that looks like a second victory for Pakistan. So those are the 2 other games. We'll be back on Sunday. We'll be back shortly with a presentation. Roshan's down there somewhere below. He's combed his hair. He's put his jacket on. He's smartened himself up. And he's ready to go. So we'll leave you with a short little break at that point.
Well, I've got time to go to the gym before dinner now, which is good. Because I ate that muffin.
Didn't you go? You too.
No, just one. But normally I've been saying no to it, but
So let's go downstairs now for the presentation. And down there, Roshan's ready to go.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation after South Africa versus Sri Lanka game, where the South Africans won a very convincing win by 9 wickets. Absolutely convincing win for South Africa. And, they now must be breathing a little bit easy after their defeat against India the other day. To start off proceedings, may I now first invite the Sri Lankan captain to have a word with us. Inoka Ranavira, the Sri Lanka captain. Inoka, මොකද උනේ මොකද්ද ඇති වුණ ප්‍රශ්නේ විශේෂයෙන්ම කාසියේ වාසිය ලබාගෙන මේ තරඟේ පරාජය වීම ගැන?
මම හිතන්නේ පිටිකාරණයන්ට හොඳ තනතිල්ලක්. නමුත් උන්ට උන්ගේ අර දක්ෂතා අතරට එන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ නැහැ. මම හිතන්නේ දකුණු අප්‍රිකා කණ්ඩායම හොඳ පන්දු නිරත වුණා. ඒ හේතුවෙන් පිටිකාරණයන්ට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා ගන්න බැරි වුණා.
හොඳයි අපි ඔබට සුබ පතනවා ඉදිරි තරඟවල.
Thank you.
Well, I did ask Inoka as to what went wrong with her, especially after Sri Lanka won the toss. She thinks that the batsmen let the side down, and had they got some more runs, it would have been a good game. Now it's time for me to talk to the winning South African captain, Dana Wanyakirk. Well, the other day you didn't look too pleased, but today you're smiling. You can afford to smile. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Just so proud of the girls. It was a quick turnaround time, and I said it in the post-match, the previous game, we're still a quality side, and I think the girls showed it today.
Were you worried when you lost the toss because these pitches seem to be slowing down?
Oh yeah, especially the look of the pitch. I thought it was going to crumble, and we know the quality of Sri Lanka's spinners, and we thought maybe we're going to have a bit of a difficulty. But I mean, Laura Wolfart's 17 years old, and she just showed such a mature head on her shoulders. And Sunay Loose, we just threw her up the order and said, go have a crack. And the way they went about it was insane.
You had a magnificent passage, particularly that little session after Sri Lanka being 70 for 1. You'd have been a bit worried thinking that Sri Lanka might get to about 200, but then talk about that passage.
Yeah, look, we always said if we just open up the one end, and I told the girls to just stay patient, and the breakthrough came, thank goodness, and I just told Suneku that was bowling with me at the other end, if we can just string a few dots, that will create wickets, where I felt like at the start we kind of bowled for wickets, and yeah, we opened up one end and it kept on opening, so really happy. I have to commend our pace bowlers. They've been workhorses this whole tournament, and I have to commend each and every one of them.
All right, well done. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
That's the winning South African captain, ladies and gentlemen. And time now for the player of the match, the presenter this evening. We're very privileged to have Mr. Sivajyoti, the Assistant Treasurer of Tamil Union Cricket and Athletic Club. And the winner today is Sunay Loose. You can receive your token from Mr. Sivajyoti, and you can have a quick chat with us. Congratulations. You talk us through about the pitch when you bowled, particularly with two left-handers in. How challenging was it?
Yeah, no, I think it's always challenging facing a team with so many left-handers that they had. But me personally, I felt that I bowled better to the left-handers. I felt the pitch worked nicely. I think our pace bowlers did a tremendous great job, and yeah, I have to commend them. They did awesome. They gave us a start that we wanted, and yeah, I'm just glad we finished it through.
Didn't see you bowling the googly. You don't bowl the googly, or you just bowl the leg break. Was that a problem?
I'll keep it for another day.
And what about your innings? I mean, when you went in, I don't think you were under pressure. South Africa looked reasonably comfortable, but the pitch looked a bit slow.
Yeah, it was definitely slow. I don't think they threw many pace bowlers at us. I think they really did well with the spinners. Yeah, but just Laura Wolfart bat extremely well, just working the singles and just playing a clinical innings.
Coming back, not playing the previous game, how much of pressure were you having? And now today, have you answered a few questions by winning the Man of the Match award?
I hope so. It's always not nice sitting on the side and watching your team perform and play in the middle. I mean, it's always a great honour to represent your country, and I would just take every opportunity I can get.
Very well done. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
That's the player of the match today, Sunay Loose, and that is the conclusion of the presentation.
Well deserved there from Sunay Loose. Back in the side today, 3 wickets and 50 runs. But let's not forget about this big game we have on Sunday. The clash of India-Pakistan, which always proves to be an exciting one. And Pakistan are playing pretty well at the moment. India very much top of the group. So no doubt proves to be an exciting one. Join us on the 19th of February, this Sunday, for the exciting clash of this Women's World Cup qualifier. Thanks for today.